Day on day he waited. So much of a revolution for so many people is nothing but waiting. That is one reason why tourists rarely see anything but contentment in a crushed population. Waiting, and its brother death, seems so contented. For several days now, in late February, Doremus had noticed the insurance man. He said he was a Mr. Dimmock of Albany. He was a grey and tasteless man, in grey and dusty and wrinkled clothes, and his pop eyes stared with meaningless fervor. All over town you met him, at the 4 drugstores, at the shoe-shine parlor, and he was always droning, "My name is Dimmock, Mr. Dimmock of Albany, New York. I wonder if I can interest you in a wonderful new form of life insurance policy." Wonderful. But he didn't sound as though he himself thought it was very wonderful. He was a pest. He was always dragging himself into some unwelcoming shop, and yet he seemed to sell few policies, if any. Not for 2 days did Doremus perceive that Mr. Dimmock of Albany managed to meet him an astonishing number of times a day. As he came out of the Wessex, he saw Mr. Dimmock leaning against a lamp-post, ostentatiously not looking his way, yet 3 minutes later and 2 blocks away, Mr. Dimmock trailed after him into the Vermont Pool and Tobacco headquarters, and listened to Doremus's conversation with Tom Aiken about fish hatcheries. Doremus was suddenly cold. He made it a point to sneak uptown that evening and saw Mr. Dimmock talking to the driver of a Beulah-Montpelier bus with an intensity that wasn't in the least grey. Doremus glared. Mr. Dimmock looked at him with watery eyes, croaked, "Davenin, Mr. Doremus, like to talk to you about insurance sometime when you got the time," and shuffled away. Later, Doremus took out and cleaned his revolver, said, "Oh, rats," and put it away. He heard a ring as he did so, and went downstairs to find Mr. Dimmock sitting on the oak hat rack in the hall, rubbing his hat. "I'd like to talk to you, if y'n't too busy," whined Mr. Dimmock. "All right. Go in there. Sit down. Anybody hear us?" "No." "What of it?" Mr. Dimmock's grayness and lassitude fell away. His voice was sharp. "I think your local corpus are onto me. Got to hustle. I'm from Walt Trowbridge. You probably guessed I've been watching you all week, asking about you. You've got to be Trowbridge's and our representative here. Secret war against the corpus. The N.U., the new underground, we call it, like secret underground that got the slaves into Canada before the Civil War. 4 divisions, printing propaganda, distributing it, collecting and exchanging information about corpo outrages, smuggling suspects into Canada or Mexico. Of course you don't know one thing about me. I may be a corpo spy. But look over these credentials and telephone your friend Mr. Sampson of the Burlington Paper Company. God's sake, be careful. Wire may be tapped. Ask him about me on the grounds you're interested in insurance. He's one of us. You're going to be one of us? Now phone." Doremus telephoned to Sampson. "Say, Ed, is a fellow named Dimmock, kind of weedy looking, pop-eyed fellow, all right? Shall I take his advice on insurance?" "Yes." "Works for Walbridge?" "Sure. You can ride along with him." "I'm riding." 26. T. He informer composing room closed down at 11 in the evening, for the paper had to be distributed to villages 40 miles away and did not issue a later city edition. Dan Wilgus, the foreman, remained after the others had gone, setting a Minuteman poster which announced that there would be a grand parade on March 9, and incidentally that President Winthrop was defying the world. Dan stopped, looked sharply about, and tramped into the storeroom. In the light from a dusty electric bulb the place was like a tomb of dead news, with ancient red and black posters of Scotland county fairs and proofs of indecent limericks pasted on the walls. From a case of 8-point, once used for the setting of pamphlets but superseded by a monotype machine, Dan picked out bits of type from each of several compartments, wrapped them in scraps of print paper, and stored them in the pocket of his jacket. The rape-type boxes looked only half-filled, and to make up for it he did something that should have shocked any decent printer even if he were on strike. He filled them up with type not from another 8-point case, but with old 10-point. Daniel, the large and hairy, thriftily pinching the tiny types, was absurd as an elephant playing at being a hen. He turned out the lights on the third floor and clumped downstairs. He glanced in at the editorial rooms. No one was there save Doc Itchett, in a small circle of light that through the visor of his eyeshade cast a green tint on his unwholesome face. He was correcting an article by the titular editor, Ensign Emil Stogmeyer, and he snickered as he carved it with a large black pencil. He raised his head, startled. "Hello, document." "Hello, Dan. Staying late?" "Yeah. Just finished some job work. Good night." "Say, Dan, do you ever see old Jessup, these days?" "Don't know when I've seen him, Doc." "Oh yes, I ran into him at the Rexall store, couple days ago. Still as sour as ever about the regime." "Oh, he didn't say anything." "Darned old fool. Even if he don't like all the brave boys in uniform, he ought to see the chief is here for keeps, by golly." "Certainly ought to. And it's a swell regime. Fellow can get ahead in newspaper work now, and not be held back by a bunch of snobs that think they're so doggone educated just because they went to college." "That's right. Well, hell with Jessup and all the old stiffs. Good night, Doc." Dan and Brother Itchett unsmilingly gave the salute, arms held out. Dan thumped down to the street and homeward. He stopped in front of Billy's bar, in the middle of a block, and put his foot up on the hub of a dirty old Ford, to tie his shoelace. As he tied it after having untied it he looked up and down the street, emptied the bundles in his pockets into a battered sap bucket on the front seat of the car, and majestically moved on. Out of the bar came Pete Vieuxtemps, a French-Canadian farmer who lived up on Mount Terror. Pete was obviously drunk. He was singing the prehistoric ditty High-Low in what he conceived to be German, viz., by uns geht's immer, je longer je slimmer. He was staggering so that he had to pull himself into the car, and he steered in fancy patterns till he had turned the corner. Then he was amazingly and suddenly sober, and amazing was the speed with which the Ford clattered out of town. Pete Vieuxtemps wasn't a very good secret agent. He was a little obvious. But then, Pete had been a spy for only 1 week. In that week Dan Wilgus had 4 times dropped heavy packages into a sap bucket in the Ford. Pete passed the gate to Buck Titus's domain, slowed down, dropped the sap bucket into a ditch, and sped home. Just at dawn, Buck Titus, out for a walk with his 3 Irish wolfhounds, kicked up the sap bucket and transferred the bundles to his own pocket. And next afternoon Dan Wilgus, in the basement of Buck's house, was setting up, in 8-point, a pamphlet entitled How Many People Have the Corpus Murdered? It was signed Spartan, and Spartan was one of several pen names of Mr. Doremus Jessup. They were all the ringleaders of the local chapter of the New Underground, rather glad when once, on his way to Buck's, Dan was searched by MMS unfamiliar to him, and on him was found no printing material, nor any documents more incriminating than cigarette papers. The corpus had made a regulation licensing all dealers in printing machinery and paper and compelling them to keep lists of purchasers, so that except by bootlegging it was impossible to get supplies for the issuance of treasonable literature. Dan Wilgus stole the type. Dan and Doremus and Julian and Buck together had stolen an entire old hand printing press from the informer basement, and the paper was smuggled from Canada by that veteran bootlegger, John Polico, who rejoiced at being back in the good old occupation of which repeal had robbed him. It is doubtful whether Dan Wilgus would ever have joined anything so divorced as this from the time clock and the office cuspidors out of abstract indignation at Winthrop or County Commissioner Lejeune. He was moved to sedition partly by fondness for Doremus and partly by indignation at Doc Itchett, who publicly rejoiced because all the printers' unions had been sunk in the governmental confederations. Or perhaps because Doc jeered at him personally on the few occasions not more than once or twice a week when there was tobacco juice on his shirt front. Dan grunted to Doremus, "All right, boss, I guess maybe I'll come in with you. And say, when we get this man's revolution going, let me drive the tumbril with Doc in it. Say, remember Tale of Two Cities? Good book. Say, how about getting out A Humorous Life of Winthrop? You just have to tell the facts." Buck Titus, pleased as a boy invited to go camping, offered his secluded house and, in especial, its huge basement for the headquarters of the new underground, and Buck, Dan, and Doremus made their most poisonous plots with the assistance of hot rum punches at Buck's fireplace. The Fort Beulah cell of the NU, as it was composed in mid-March, a couple of weeks after Doremus had founded it, consisted of himself, his daughters, Buck, Dan, Lorinda, Julian Falk, Dr. Olmsted, John Polico, Father Perfeeks, Mrs. Henry Veeder, whose farmer husband was in Trianon concentration camp, Harry Kinderman, the dispossessed Jew, Mungo Kit Eric, that most un-Jewish and unsocialistic lawyer, Pete Viewtong, and Daniel Babcock, farmers, and some dozen others. The Reverend Mr. Falk, Emma Jessup, and Mrs. Candy, were more or less unconscious tools of the NU. But whoever they were, of whatever faith or station, Doremus found in all of them the religious passion he had missed in the churches, and if altars, if windows of many-colored glass, had never been peculiarly holy objects to him, he understood them now as he gloated over such sacred trash as scarred type and a creaking hand press. Once it was Mr. Dimmock of Albany again, once, another insurance agent who guffawed at the accidental luck of insuring Shad Ledger's new Lincoln, once it was an Armenian peddling rugs, once, Mr. Sampson of Burlington, looking for pine slashing for paper pulp, but whoever it was, Doremus heard from the new underground every week. He was busy as he had never been in newspaper days, and happy as on youth's adventure in Boston. Humming and most cheerful, he ran the small press, with the hearty bump 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 of the foot treadle, admiring his own skill as he fed in the sheets. Lorinda learned from Dan Wilgus to set type, with more fervor than accuracy about EI and IE. Emma and Sissy and Mary folded news sheets and sewed up pamphlets by hand, all of them working in the high old brick-walled basement that smelled of sawdust and lime and decaying apples. Aside from pamphlets by Spartan, and by Anthony B. Susan, who was Lorinda, except on Fridays their chief illicit publication was Vermont Vigilance, a 4-page weekly which usually had only 2 pages and, such was Doremus's unfettered liveliness, came out about 3 times a week. It was filled with reports smuggled to them from other NU cells, and with reprints from Walt Trowbridge's Lance for Democracy and from Canadian, British, Swedish, and French papers, whose correspondence in America got out, by long-distance telephone, news which Secretary of Education McAblin, head of the government press department, spent a good part of his time denying. An English correspondent sent news of the murder of the president of the University of Southern Illinois, a man of 72 who was shot in the back while trying to escape out of the country by long-distance telephone to Mexico City, from which the story was relayed to London. Doremus discovered that neither he nor any other small citizen had been hearing 1/100th of what was going on in America. Winthrop and Co. had, like Hitler and Mussolini, discovered that a modern state can, by the triple process of controlling every item in the press, breaking up at the start any association which might become dangerous, and keeping all the machine guns, artillery, armored automobiles, and aeroplanes in the hands of the government, dominate the complex contemporary population better than had ever been done in medieval days, when rebellious peasantry were armed only with pitchforks and goodwill, but the state was not armed much better. Dreadful, incredible information came in to Doremus, until he saw that his own life, and Sissy's, and Lorinda's and Buck's, were unimportant accidents. In North Dakota, 2 would-be leaders of the farmers were made to run in front of an automobile, through February drifts, till they dropped breathless, were beaten with a tire pump till they staggered on, fell again, then were shot in the head, their blood smearing the prairie snow. President Winthrop, who was apparently becoming considerably more jumpy than in his old, brazen days, saw two of his personal bodyguards snickering together in the anteroom of his office and, shrieking, snatching an automatic pistol from his desk, started shooting at them. He was a bad marksman. The suspects had to be finished off by the pistols of their fellow guards. A crowd of young men, not wearing any sort of uniforms, tore the clothes from a nun on the station plaza in Kansas City and chased her, smacking her with bare hands. The police stopped them after a while. There were no arrests. In Utah, a non-Mormon county commissioner staked out a Mormon elder on a bare rock where, since the altitude was high, the elder at once shivered and felt the glare rather bothersome to his eyes since the commissioner had thoughtfully cut off his eyelids first. The government press releases made much of the fact that the torturer was rebuked by the district commissioner and removed from his post. It did not mention that he was reappointed in a county in Florida. The heads of the reorganized steel cartel, a good many of whom had been officers of steel companies in the days before Winthrop, entertained Secretary of Education McCablin and Secretary of War Lutheran Orne with an aquatic festival in Pittsburgh. The dining room of a large hotel was turned into a tank of rose-scented water, and the celebrants floated in a gilded Roman barge. The waitresses were naked girls, who amusingly swam to the barge holding up trays and, more often, wine buckets. Secretary of State Lee Saracen was arrested in the basement of a handsome boys' club in Washington on unspecified charges by a policeman, who apologized as soon as he recognized Saracen, and released him, and who that night was shot in his bed by a mysterious burglar. Albert Einstein, who had been exiled from Germany for his guilty devotion to mathematics, world peace, and the violin, was now exiled from America for the same crimes. Mrs. Leonard Nimitz, wife of a congregational pastor in Lincoln, Nebraska, whose husband had been sent to concentration camp for a pacifist sermon, was shot through the door and killed when she refused to open to an rating section looking for seditious literature. In Rhode Island, the door of a small Orthodox synagogue in a basement was locked from the outside after thin glass containers of carbon monoxide had been thrown in. The windows had been nailed shut, and anyway, the 19 men in the congregation did not smell the gas until too late. They were all found slumped to the floor, beards sticking up. They were all over 60. Tom Krell, but his was a really nasty case, because he was actually caught with a copy of Lands for Democracy and credentials proving that he was a new underground messenger. Strange thing, too, because everybody had respected him as a good, decent, unimaginative bug-goggaman at a village railroad depot in New Hampshire was dropped down a well with 5 feet of water in it, a smooth-sided cement well, and just left there. Ex-Supreme Court Justice Oblin of Montana was yanked out of bed late at night and examined for 60 hours straight on a charge that he was in correspondence with Trowbridge. It was said that the chief examiner was a man whom, years before, Judge Oblin had sentenced for robbery with assault. In one day Doremus received reports that for several literary or dramatic societies, Finnish, Chinese, Iowan, and one belonging to a mixed group of miners on the Mesaba Range, Minnesota, had been broken up, their officers beaten, their club rooms smashed up, and their old pianos wrecked, on the charge that they possessed illegal arms, which, in each case, the members declared to be antiquated pistols used in theatricals. And in that week 3 people were arrested in Alabama, Oklahoma, and New Jersey for the possession of the following subversive books: The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, by Agatha Christie; Waiting for Lefty, by Clifford Adetz, and February Hill, by Victoria Lincoln. But plenty things like this happened before Buzz Winthrop ever came in, Doremus, insisted John Polico. You never thought about them, because they was just routine news, to stick in your paper. Things like the sharecroppers and the Scottsboro Boys and the plots of the California wholesalers against the Agricultural Union and dictatorship in Cuba and the way phony deputies in Kentucky shot striking miners. And believe me, Doremus, the same reactionary crowd that put over those crimes are just the big boys that are chummy with Winthrop. And what scares me is that if Walt Trowbridge ever does raise a kinda uprising and kick Buzz out, The same vultures will get awful patriotic and democratic and parliamentarian along with Walt, and sit in on the spoils just the same. So Karl Pascal did convert you to communism before he got sent to Trianon, jeered Doremus. John Polico jumped 4 straight feet up in the air, or so it looked, and came down screaming, "Communism! Never get 'em to make a united front." Why, that fellow Pascal, he was just a propagandist, and I tell you. Doremus's hardest job was the translation of items from the press in Germany, which was most favorable to the corpus. Sweating, even in the March coolness in Buck's high basement, Doremus leaned over a kitchen table, ruffling through a German-English lexicon, grunting, tapping his teeth with a pencil, scratching the top of his head, looking like a schoolboy with a little false grey beard, and wailing to Lorinda, "Now how in the heck would you translate halt nach immer ins Zweite Stellung den Juden gegenüber?" She answered, "Why, darling, the only German I know is the phrase that Buck taught me for God bless you verfluchter Schweinhund." He translated word for word, from the Volkisker Beobachter, and later turned into comprehensible English, this gratifying tribute to his chief and inspirer. America has a brilliant beginning begun. No one congratulates President Winthrop with greater sincerity than we Germans. The tendency points as goal to the founding of a folkish state. Unfortunately, is the president not yet prepared with the liberal tradition to break. He holds still ever a two-meaning attitude, the Jews vis. We can but presume that logically this attitude change must, as the movement forced is the complete consequences of its philosophy to draw. Ahasiver, the wandering Jew will always the enemy of a free self-conscious people be, and America will also learn that one even so much with Jewry compromise can as with the bubonic plague. From the new masses, still published surreptitiously by the communists, at the risk of their lives, Doremus got many items about miners and factory workers who were near starvation and who were imprisoned if they so much as criticized a straw boss. But most of the new masses, with a pious smugness unshaken by anything that had happened since 1935, was given over to the latest news about Marx, and to vilifying all agents of the new underground, including those who had been clubbed and jailed and killed, as reactionary stool pigeons for fascism, and it was all nicely decorated with a Gropper cartoon showing Walt Trowbridge, in uniform, kissing the foot of Winthrop. The news bulletins came to Doremus in a dozen insane ways, carried by messengers on the thinnest of flimsy tissue paper, mailed to Mrs. Henry Veeder and to Daniel Babcock between the pages of catalogues, by an NO operative who was a clerk in the mail-order house of Middlebury and Row, shipped in cartons of toothpaste and cigarettes to Earl Tyson's drugstore. One clerk there was an NU agent, dropped near Buck's mansion by a tough-looking and therefore innocent-looking driver of an interstate furniture-moving truck. Come by so precariously, the news had none of the obviousness of his days in the office when, in one batch of AP flimsies, were tidings of so many millions dead of starvation in China, so many statesmen assassinated in Central Europe, so many new churches built by kind-hearted Mr. Andrew Mellon, that it was all routine. Now, he was like an 18th-century missionary in northern Canada, waiting for the news that would take all spring to travel from Bristol and down Hudson Bay, wondering every instant whether France had declared war, whether Her Majesty had safely given birth. Doremus realized that he was hearing, all at once, of the Battle of Waterloo, the diaspora, the invention of the telegraph, the discovery of bacilli, and the Crusades, and if it took him 10 days to get the news, it would take historians 10 decades to appraise it. Would they not envy him? And consider that he had lived in the very crisis of history? Or would they just smile at the flag-waving children of the 1930s playing at being national heroes? For he believed that these historians would be neither communists nor fascists nor bellicose American or English nationalists, but just the sort of smiling liberals that the warring fanatics of today most cursed as weak waverers. In all this secret tumult, Doremus's most arduous task was to avoid suspicions that might land him in concentration camp, and to give appearance of being just the harmless old loafer he veritably had been, 3 weeks ago. Befogged with sleep because he had worked all night at headquarters, He yawned all afternoon in the lobby of the Hotel Wessex and discussed fishing, the picture of a man too discouraged to be a menace. He dropped now and then, on evenings when there was nothing to do at Bucks and he could loaf in his study at home and shamefully let himself be quiet and civilized, into renewed longing for the ivory tower. Often, not because it was a great poem but because it was the first that, when he had been a boy, had definitely startled him by evoking beauty, he reread Tennyson's Arabian Nights. A realm of pleasaunce, many a mound, and many a shadow-checkered lawn, full of the city's stilly sound, and deep myrrh thickets blowing round, and stately cedar, tamarisks, thick rosaries of scented thorn, tall orient shrubs, and obelisks, graven with emblems of the time, in honor of the golden prime of good Haroun al-Rashid. A while then he could wander with Romeo and Jurgen, with Ivanhoe and Lord Peter Wimsey, the Piazza San Marco he saw, and immemorial towers of Baghdad that never were. With Don John of Austria he was going forth to war, and he took the golden road to Samarkand without a visa. But Dan Wilga setting type on proclamations of rebellion, and Buck Titus distributing them at night on a motorcycle, may be as romantic as Xanadu, living in a blooming epoch, right now, but no Homer come up from the city room yet to write it down. Whitbibby was an ancient and wordless fishmonger, and as ancient appeared his horse, though it was by no means silent, but given to a variety of embarrassing noises. For 20 years his familiar wagon, like the smallest of cabooses, had conveyed mackerel and cod and lake trout and tinned oysters to all the farmsteads in the Beulah Valley. To have suspected Whitbibby of seditious practices would have been as absurd as to have suspected the horse. Older men remembered that he had once been proud of his father, a captain in the Civil War and afterward a very drunken failure at farming, but the young fry had forgotten that there ever had been a Civil War. Unconcealed in the sunshine of the late March afternoon that touched the worn and ashen snow, Whit jogged up to the farmhouse of Truman Webb. He had left 10 orders of fish, just fish, at farms along the way, but at Webb's he also left, not speaking of it, a bundle of pamphlets wrapped in very fishy newspaper. By next morning these pamphlets had all been left in the post boxes of farmers beyond Keesmit, a dozen miles away. Late the next night, Julian Falk drove Dr. Olmsted to the same Truman Webb's. Now Mr. Webb had an ailing aunt. Up to a fortnight ago she had not needed the doctor often, but as all the countryside could, and decidedly did, learn from listening in on the rural party telephone line, the doctor had to come every 3 or 4 days now. "Well, Truman, how's the old lady?" Dr. Olmsted called cheerily. From the front stoop Webb answered softly, "Safe. Shoot. I've kept a good lookout." Julian rapidly slid out, opened the rumble seat of the doctor's car, and there was the astonishing appearance from the rumble of a tall man in urban morning coat and striped trousers, a broad felt hat under his arm, rising, rubbing himself, groaning with the pain of stretching his cramped body. The doctor said, "Truman, we've got a pretty important Eliza, with the bloodhounds right after him, tonight." Congressman Ingram Comrade Webb. Huh. Never thought I'd live to be called one of these comrades. But mighty pleased to see you, Congressman. We'll put you across the border in Canada in 2 days. We've got some paths right through the woods along the border and there's some good hot beans waiting for you right now. The attic in which Mr. Ingram slept that night, an attic approached by a ladder concealed behind a pile of trunks, was the underground station which, in the 1850s, when Truman's grandfather was agent, had sheltered 72 various black slaves escaping to Canada, and on the wall above Ingram's weary threatened head was still to be seen, written in charcoal long ago, "Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine enemies." It was a little after 6 in the evening, near Tasbra and Scarlet's quarries. John Polico, with his wrecker car, was towing Buck Titus, in his automobile. They stopped now and then, and John looked at the motor in Buck's car very ostentatiously, in the sight of patrols, who ignored so obvious a companionship. They stopped once at the edge of Tasbra's deepest pit. Buck strolled about, yawning, while John did some more tinkering. "Right," snapped Buck. Both of them leaped at the overlarge toolbox in the back of John's car, lifted out each an armful of copies of Vermont Vigilance and hurled them over the edge of the quarry. They scattered in the wind. Many of them were gathered up and destroyed by Tasbraw's foreman, next morning, but at least 100, in the pockets of quarrymen, were started on their journey through the world of Fort Beulah workmen. Sissy came into the Jessup dining room wearily rubbing her forehead. "I've got the story, Dad. Sister Candy helped me. Now we'll have something good to send on to other agents. Listen. I've been quite chummy with Shad. No. Don't blow up. I know just how to yank his gun out of his holster if I should ever need to." And he got to boasting, and he told me Frank Tasbraw and Shad and Commissioner Reek were all in together on the racket, selling granite for public buildings, and he told me, you see, he was sort of boasting about how chummy he and Mr. Tasbraw have become, how Mr. Tasbraw keeps all the figures on the graph in a little red notebook in his desk. Of course old Frankie would never expect anybody to search the house of as loyal a corpo as him. Well, you know Mrs. Candy's cousin is working for the Tasbraws for a while, and damn if these two old gals didn't pinch the lil red notebook this afternoon, and I photographed every page and had em stick it back. And the only comment our Candy makes is, that stove tea the Tasbraws don't draw well. Couldn't bake a decent cake in a stove like that. 27. M. Ari Greenhill, revenging the murdered Fowler, was the only one of the conspirators who seemed moved more by homicidal hate than by a certain incredulous feeling that it was all a good but slightly absurd game. But to her, hate and the determination to kill were tonic. She soared up from the shadowed pit of grief, and her eyes lighted, her voice had a trembling gaiety. She threw away her weeds and came out in defiant colors. Oh, they had to economize, these days, to put every available penny into the missionary fund of the new underground, but Mary had become so fire-drawn that she could wear Sissy's giddiest old frocks. She had more daring than Julian, or even Buck, indeed led Buck into his riskiest expeditions. In mid-afternoon, Buck and Mary, looking very matrimonial, domestically accompanied by David and the rather doubtful Foolish, ambled through the center of Burlington, where none of them were known, though a number of dogs, city slickers and probably con dogs, insisted to the rustic and embarrassed Foolish that they had met him somewhere. It was Buck who muttered right, from time to time, when they were free from being observed, but it was Mary who calmly, a yard or two from MMS or policemen, distributed crumpled up copies of A Little Sunday School Life of John Sullivan Reek, Second-Class Political Crook, and certain entertaining pictures of Col. Dewey Hike, Torturer. These crumpled pamphlets she took from a specially made inside pocket of her mink coat, one reaching from shoulder to waist. It had been recommended by John Polico, whose helpful lady had aforetime used just such a pocket for illicit booze. The crumpling had been done carefully. Seen from 2 yards away, the pamphlets looked like any waste paper, but each was systematically so wadded up that the words, printed in bold red type, "Hike himself kicked an old man to death," caught the eye. And, lying in corner trash baskets, in innocent toy wagons before hardware stores, among oranges in a fruit store where they had gone to buy David a bar of chocolate, they caught some hundreds of eyes in Burlington that day. On their way home, with David sitting in front beside Buck and Mary in the back, she cried, "That will stir 'em up. But oh, when Daddy has finished his booklet on Swan God." David peeped back at her. She sat with eyes closed, with hands clenched. He whispered to Buck, "I wish Mother wouldn't get so excited. She's the finest woman living, Dave. I know it, but she scares me so." One scheme Mary devised and carried out by herself. From the magazine counter in Tyson's drugstore, she stole a dozen copies of the Reader's Digest and a dozen larger magazines. When she returned them, they looked untouched, but each of the larger magazines contained a leaflet, "Get ready to join Walt Trowbridge, and each digest had become the cover for a pamphlet, Lies of the Corpo Press. To serve as center of their plot, to be able to answer the telephone and receive fugitives and put off suspicious snoopers 24 hours a day, when Buck and the rest might be gone, Lorinda chucked her small remaining interest in the Beulah Valley Tavern and became Buck's housekeeper, living in the place. There was scandal. But in a day when it was increasingly hard to get enough bread and meat, the town folk had little time to suck scandal like lollipops, and anyway, who could much suspect this nagging uplifter who so obviously preferred tuberculin tests to toying with Corydon in the glade? And as Doremus was always about, as sometimes he stayed overnight, for the first time these timid lovers had space for passion. It had never been their loyalty to the good Emma since she was too contented to be pitied, too sure of her necessary position in life to be jealous so much as hatred of a shabby hole-and-corner intrigue which had made their love cautious and grudging. Neither of them was so simple as to suppose that, even with quite decent people, love is always as monogamic as bread and butter, yet neither of them liked sneaking. Her room at Buck's, large and square and light, with old landscape paper showing an endlessness of little mandarins daintily stepping out of sedan chairs beside pools laced with willows, with a four-poster, a colonial highboy, and a crazy-colored rag carpet, became in 2 days, so fast did one live now in time of revolution, the best-loved home Doremus had ever known. As eagerly as a young bridegroom he popped into and out of her room, and he was not overly particular about the state of her toilet. And Buck knew all about it and just laughed. Released now, Doremus saw her as physically more alluring. With parochial superiority, he had noted, during vacations on Cape Cod, how often the fluffy women of fashion when they stripped to bathing suits were skinny, to him unwomanly, with thin shoulder blades and with backbones as apparent as though they were chains fastened down their backs. They seemed passionate to him and a little devilish, with their thin restless legs and avid lips, but he chuckled as he considered that the Lorinda whose prim grey suits and blouses seemed so much more virginal than the gay, flaunting summer cottons of the bright young things was softer of skin to the touch, much richer in the curve from shoulder to breast. He rejoiced to know that she was always there in the house, that he could interrupt the high seriousness of a tract on bond issues to dash out to the kitchen and brazenly let his arm slide round her waist. She, the theoretically independent feminist, became flatteringly demanding about every attention. Why hadn't he brought her some candy from town? Would he mind awfully calling up Julian for her? Why hadn't he remembered to bring her the book he had promised would have promised if she had only remembered to ask him for it? He trotted on her errands, idiotically happy. Long ago Emma had reached the limit of her imagination in regard to demands. He was discovering that in love it is really more blessed to give than to receive, a proverb about which, as an employer and as a steady fellow whom forgotten classmates regularly tried to touch for loans, he had been very suspicious. He lay beside her, in the wide four-poster, at dawn, March dawn with the elm branches outside the window ugly and writhing in the wind, but with the last coals still snapping in the fireplace, and he was utterly content. He glanced at Lorinda, who had on her sleeping face a frown that made her look not older but schoolgirlish, a schoolgirl who was frowning comically over some small woe, and who defiantly clutched her old-fashioned lace-bordered pillow. He laughed. They were going to be so adventurous together. This little printing of pamphlets was only the beginning of their revolutionary activities. They would penetrate into press circles in Washington and get secret information which would explode the Corpo state. And with the revolution over, they would go to Bermuda, to Martinique lovers on purple peaks, by a purple sea everything purple and grand. Or if they were defeated, if they were arrested and condemned by the MMS, they would die together, sneering at the firing squad, refusing to have their eyes bandaged, and their fame, like that of Servetus and Matati and Professor Ferrer and the Haymarket martyrs, would roll on forever, acclaimed by children waving little flags. "Gimme a cigarette, darling." Lorinda was regarding him with a beady and skeptical eye. "You ought hunty to smoke so much. You ought hunty to boss so much. Oh, my darling." She sat up, kissed his eyes and temples, and sturdily climbed out of bed, seeking her own cigarette. Doremus. It's been marvelous to have this companionship with you. But she looked a little timid, sitting cross-legged on the rattan-topped stool before the old mahogany dressing table. No silver or lace or crystal was there, but only plain wooden hairbrush and scant luxury of small drugstore bottles. But darling, this cause, oh, curse that word cause, can't I ever get free of it, but anyway, this new underground business seems to me so important, and I know you feel that way too, but I've noticed that since we've settled down together, two awful sentimentalists, you aren't so excited about writing your nice venomous attacks, and I'm getting more cautious about going out distributing tracts. I have a foolish idea I have to save my life, for your sake. And I ought to be only thinking about saving my life for the revolution. Don't you feel that way? Don't you? Don't you? Doremus swung his legs out of bed, also lighted an unhygienic cigarette, and said grumpily, "Oh, I suppose so. But tracts? Your attitude is simply a holdover of your religious training. That you have a duty toward the dull human race which probably enjoys being bullied by Winthrop and getting bread and circuses except for the bread. Of course it's religious, a revolutionary loyalty. Why not? It's one of the few real religious feelings. A rational, unsentimental Stalin is still kind of a priest. No wonder most preachers hate the Reds and preach against them. They're jealous of their religious power. But oh, we can't unfold the world, this morning, even over breakfast coffee, Doremus. When Mr. Dimmock came back here yesterday, he ordered me to Beecher Falls, you know, on the Canadian border, to take charge of the NU cell there, ostensibly to open up a tea room for this summer. So, hang it, I've got to leave you, and leave Buck and Sis, and go. Hang it. Linda. She would not look at him. She made much, too much, of grinding out her cigarette. Linda. Yes. You suggested this to Dimmock. He never gave any orders till you suggested it. Well, Linda. Linda. Do you want to get away from me so much? You, my life. She came slowly to the bed, slowly sat down beside him. Yes. Get away from you and get away from myself. The world's in chains, and I can't be free to love till I help tear them off. It will never be out of chains. Then I shall never be free to love. Oh, if we could only have run away together for one sweet year, when I was 18. Then I would have lived 2 whole lives. Well, nobody seems to be very lucky at turning the clock back almost 25 years back, too. I'm afraid now is a fact you can't dodge. And I've been getting so just this last 2 weeks, with April coming in, that I can't think of anything but you. Kiss me. I'm going. Today. 28. As usually happens in Secret Service, no one detail that Sissy ferreted out of Shad Leju was drastically important to the NU, but, like necessary bits of a picture puzzle, when added to other details picked up by Doremus and Buck and Mary and Father Pearfeeks, that trained extractor of confessions, they showed up the rather simple schemes of this gang of corpo racketeers who were so touchingly accepted by the people as patriotic shepherds. Sissy lounged with Julian on the porch, on a deceptively mild April day. Golly, like to take you off camping, couple months from now, sis. Just the 2 of us. Canoe and sleep in a pup tent. Oh, sis, do you have to have supper with Leju and Stogmeyer tonight? I hate it. God, how I hate it. I warn you, I'll kill Shad. I mean it. Yes, I do have to, dear. I think I've got Shad crazy enough about me so that tonight, when he chases good old Emile, and whatever foul female Emile may bring, out of the place, I'll get him to tell me something about who they're planning to pinch next. I'm not scared of Shad, my Julian of Julians. He did not smile. He said, with a gravity that had been unknown to the lively college youth, do you realize, with your kidding yourself about being able to handle Comrade Shad so well, that he's husky as a gorilla and just about as primitive? One of these nights, God. Think of it. Maybe tonight, he'll go right off the deep end and grab you and bing. She was as grave. Julian, just what do you think could happen to me? The worst that could happen would be that I'd get raped. Good Lord, do you honestly suppose that since the new civilization began, say in 1914, anyone believes that kind of thing is more serious than busting an ankle? A fate worse than death. What nasty old side-whiskered deacon ever invented that phrase? And how he must have rolled it on his chapped old lips. I can think of plenty worse fates, say, years of running an elevator. No, wait. I'm not really flippant. I haven't any desire, beyond maybe a slight curiosity, to be raped, at least, not by Shad. He's a little too strong on the bodily odor when he gets excited. But I'd be willing to have even that happen if I could save one decent person from his bloody blackjack. I'm not the playgirl of Pleasant Hill anymore, I'm a frightened woman from Mount Terror. It seemed, the whole thing, rather unreal to Sissy, a burlesque version of the old melodramas in which the city villain tries to ruin our Nell, apropos of a bottle of champagne wine. Shad, even in a belted tweed jacket, a kaleidoscopic Scotch sweater, and white linen +4s, hadn't the absent-minded seductiveness that becomes a city slicker. Ensign Emil Stogmeyer had showed up at Shad's new private suite at the Star Hotel with a grass widow who betrayed her gold teeth and who had tried to repair the erosions in the fair field of her neck with overmuch topsoil of brick-tinted powder. She was pretty dreadful. She was harder to tolerate than the rumbling Shad, a man for whom the chaplain might even have been a little sorry, after he was safely hanged. The synthetic widow was always nudging herself at Emil, and when, rather wearily, he obliged by poking her shoulder, she giggled, "Now you stop." Shad's suite was clean, and had some air. Beyond that there was nothing much to say. The parlor was firmly furnished in oak chairs and settee with leather upholstery, and 4 pictures of marquises not doing anything interesting. The freshness of the linen spread on the brass bedstead in the other room fascinated Sissy uncomfortably. Shad served them rye highballs with ginger ale from a quart bottle that had first been opened at least a day ago, sandwiches with chicken and ham that tasted of niter, and ice cream with 6 colors but only 2 flavors, both strawberry. Then he waited, not too patiently, looking as much like General Goring as possible, for Emil and his woman to get the devil out of here, and for Sissy to acknowledge his virile charms. He only grunted at Emil's pedagogic little jokes, and the man of culture abruptly got up and removed his lady, whinnying in farewell, "Now, Captain, don't you and your girlfriend do anything Papa wouldn't do. Come on now, baby, come over here and give us a kiss," Shad roared, as he flopped into the corner of the leather settee. "Now I don't know whether I will or not." It nauseated her a good deal, but she made herself as pertly provocative as she could. She minced to the settee, and sat just far enough from his hulking side for him to reach over and draw her toward him. She observed him cynically, recalling her experience with most of the boys, though not with Julian. Well, not so much with Julian. They always, all of them, went through the same procedure, heavily pretending that there was no system in their manual proposals, and to a girl of spirit, the chief diversion in the whole business was watching their smirking pride in their technique. The only variation, ever, was whether they started in at the top or the bottom. Yes. She thought so. Shad, not being so delicately fanciful as, say, Malcolm Tasbraw, started with an apparently careless hand on her knee. She shivered. His sinewy paw was to her like the slime and writhing of an eel. She moved away with a maidenly alarm which mocked the role of Matahari she had felt herself to be gracing. "Like me?" he demanded. "Oh well, sort of." "Oh, shucks. You think I'm still just a hired man? Even though I am a county commissioner now? And a battalion leader. And probably pretty soon I'll be a commander." He spoke the sacred names with awe. It was the 20th time he had made the same plaint to her in the same words. "And you still think I ain't good for anything except lugging in kindling? Oh, Shad dear. Why, I always think of you as being just about my oldest playmate. The way I used to tag after you and ask you could I run the lawnmower. My. I always remember that. Do you, honest? He yearned at her like a lumpish farm dog. Of course. And honest, it makes me tired, you're acting as if you were ashamed of having worked for us. Why, don't you know that, when he was a boy, Daddy used to work as a farm hand, and split wood and tend lawn for the neighbors and all that, and he was awful glad to get the money. She reflected that this thumping and entirely impromptu lie was beautiful. That it happened not to be a lie, she did not know. That a fact? Well. Honest. Well. So the old man used to hustle the rake too. Never knew that. You know, he ain't such a bad old coot, just awful stubborn. You do like him, don't you, Shad? Nobody knows how sweet he is. I mean, in these sort of complicated days, we've got to protect him against people that might not understand him, against outsiders, don't you think so, Shad? You will protect him. Well, I'll do what I can, said the battalion leader with such fat complacency that Sissy almost slapped him. That is, as long as he behaves himself, baby, and don't get mixed up with any of these red rebels, and as long as you feel like being nice to a fella. He pulled her toward him as though he were hauling a bag of grain out of a wagon. Oh. Shad. You frighten me. Oh, you must be gentle. A big, strong man like you can afford to be gentle. It's only the sissies that have to get rough. And you're so strong. Well, I guess I can still feed myself. Say, talking about sissies, what do you see in a light-waisted mollycoddle like Julian? You don't really like him, do you? Oh, you know how it is, she said, trying without too much obviousness to ease her head away from his shoulder. We've always been playmates, since we were kids. Well, you just said I was, too. Yes, that's so. Now, in her effort to give all the famous pleasures of seduction without taking any of the risk, the amateur Secret Service operative, Sissy, had a slightly confused aim. She was going to get from Shad information valuable to the NU. Rapidly rehearsing it in her imagination, the while she was supposed to be weakened by the charm of leaning against Shad's meaty shoulder, she heard herself teasing him into giving her the name of some citizen whom the MMS were about to arrest, slickly freeing herself from him, dashing out to find Julian. Oh, hang it, why hadn't she made an engagement with Julian for that night? Well, he'd either be at home or out driving Dr. Olmsted. Julian's melodramatically dashing to the home of the destined victim and starting him for the Canadian border before dawn. And it might be a good idea for the refugee to tack on his door a note dated 2 days ago, saying that he was off on a trip, so that Shad would never suspect her. All this in a second of hectic storytelling, neatly illustrated in color by her fancy, while she pretended that she had to blow her nose and thus had an excuse to sit straight. Edging another inch or two away, she purred, but of course it isn't just physical strength, Shad. You have so much power politically. My. I imagine you could send almost anybody in Fort Beulah off to concentration camp, if you wanted to. Well, I could put a few of them away, if they got funny. I'll bet you could and will, too. Who you going to arrest next, Shad? Huh? Oh, come on. Don't be so tightwad with all your secrets. What are you trying to do, baby? Pump me? Why no, of course not, I just sure. You'd like to get the poor old fathead going, and find out everything he knows, and that's plenty, you can bet your sweet life on that. Nothing doing, baby. Shad, I'd just love to see an MM squad arresting somebody once. It must be dreadfully exciting. Oh, it's exciting enough, all right, all right. When the poor chumps try to resist, and you throw their radio out of the window. Or when the fellow's wife gets fresh and shoots off her mouth too much, and so you just teach her a little lesson by letting her look on while you trip him up on the floor and beat him up. Maybe that sounds a little rough, but you see, in the long run it's the best thing you can do for these beggars, because it teaches them to not get ugly. But you won't think I'm horrid and unwomanly, will you? But I would like to see you hauling out one of those people, just once. Come on, tell a fellow. Who are you going to arrest next? Naughty, naughty. Mustn't try to kid Papa. No, the womanly thing for you to do is a little love-making. Ah, come on, let's have some fun, baby. You know you're crazy about me. Now he really seized her, his hand across her breasts. She struggled, thoroughly frightened, no longer cynical and sophisticated. She shrieked, "Oh, don't." She wept, real tears, more from anger than from modesty. He loosened his grip a little, and she had the inspiration to sob, "Oh, Shad, if you really want me to love you, you must give me time. You wouldn't want me to be a hussy that you could do anything you wanted to with you, in your position?" "Oh, no, Shad, you couldn't do that." "Well, maybe," said he, with the smugness of a carp. She had sprung up, dabbling at her eyes, and through the doorway, in the bedroom, on a flat-topped desk, she saw a bunch of 2 or 3 Yale keys. Keys to his office, to secret cupboards and drawers with corpo plans. Undoubtedly. Her imagination in 1 second pictured her making a rubbing of the keys, getting John Polico, that omnifarious mechanic, to file substitute keys, herself and Julian somehow or other sneaking into corpo headquarters at night, perilously creeping past the guards, rifling Shad's every dread file. She stammered, "Do you mind if I go in and wash my face? All teary, so silly. You don't happen to have any face powder in your bathroom? Say, what do you think I am? A hick, or a monk, maybe? You bet your life I've got some face powder right in the medicine cabinet. 2 kinds. How's that for service? Ladies taken care of by the day or hour." It hurt, but she managed something like a giggle before she went in and shut the bedroom door, and locked it. She tore across to the keys. She snatched up a pad of yellow scratch paper and a pencil, and tried to make a rubbing of a key as once she had made rubbings of coins, for use in the small grocery shop of C. Jessup and J. Falk growers. The pencil blur showed only the general outline of the key, the tiny notches which were the trick would not come clear. In panic, she experimented with a sheet of carbon paper, then toilet paper, dry and wet. She could not get a mold. She pressed the key into a prop hotel candle in a china stick by Shad's bed. The candle was too hard. So was the bathroom soap. And Shad was now trying the knob of the door, remarking "Damn," then bellowing, "Way a doin' in there? Gone to sleep? Be right out." She replaced the keys, threw the yellow paper and the carbon paper out of the window, replaced the candle and soap, slapped her face with a dry towel, dashed on powder as though she were working against time at plastering a wall, and sauntered back into the parlor. Shad looked hopeful. In panic she saw that now, before he comfortably sat down to it and became passionate again, was her one time to escape. She snatched up hat and coat, said wistfully, "Another night, Shad, you must let me go now, dear," and fled before he could open his red muzzle. Round the corner in the hotel corridor she found Julian. He was standing taut, trying to look like a watchdog, his right hand in his coat pocket as though it was holding a revolver. She hurled herself against his bosom and howled. "Good God! What did he do to you? I'll go in and kill him." "Oh, I didn't get seduced. It isn't things like that that I'm bawling about. It's because I'm such a simply terribly awful spy." But one thing came out of it. Her courage nerved Julian to something he had longed for and feared, to join the MMS, put on uniform, work from within, and supply Doremus with information. "I can get Leo Quinn, you know, Dad's a conductor on the railroad. Used to play basketball in high school. I can get him to drive Dr. Olmsted for me, and generally run errands for the NU. he's got grit, and he hates the corpus. But look, sissy look, Mr. Jessup, in order to get the MMS to trust me, I've got to pretend to have a fierce bust-up with you and all our friends. Look. Sissy and I will walk up Elm Street tomorrow evening, giving an imitation of estranged lovers. How about it, sis? Fine, glowed that incorrigible actress. She was to be, every evening at 11, in a birch grove just up Pleasant Hill from the Jessups, where they had played house as children. Because the road curved, the rendezvous could be entered from 4 or 5 directions. There he was to hand on to her his reports of plans. But when he first crept into the grove at night and she nervously turned her pocket torch on him, she shrieked at seeing him in uniform, as an inspector. That blue tunic and slanting forage cap which, in the cinema and history books, had meant youth and hope, meant only death now. She wondered if in 1864 it had not meant death more than moonlight and magnolias to most women. She sprang to him, holding him as if to protect him against his own uniform, and in the peril and uncertainty now of their love, Sissy began to grow up. 29. He propaganda throughout the country was not all to the new underground, not even most of it, and though the pamphleteers for the NU, at home and exiled abroad, included hundreds of the most capable professional journalists of America, they were cramped by a certain respect for facts which never enfeebled the press agents for corporatism. And the corpus had a notable staff. It included college presidents, some of the most renowned among the radio announcers who aforetime had crooned their affection for mouthwashes and non-insomniac coffee, famous ex-war correspondents, ex-governors, former vice presidents of the American Federation of Labor, and no less an artist than the Public Relations Council of a princely corporation of electrical goods manufacturers. The newspapers everywhere might no longer be so wishily-washily liberal as to print the opinions of non-corpus, they might give but little news from those old-fashioned and democratic countries, Great Britain, France, and the Scandinavian states, might indeed print almost no foreign news, except as regards the triumphs of Italy in giving Ethiopia good roads, trains on time, freedom from beggars and from men of honor, and all the other spiritual benefactions of Roman civilization. But, on the other hand, never had newspapers shown so many comic strips. The most popular was a very funny one about a preposterous new underground crank, who wore mortuary black with a high hat decorated with crape and who was always being comically beaten up by MMS. Never had there been, even in the days when Mr. Hearst was freeing Cuba, so many large red headlines. Never so many dramatic drawings of murders. The murderers were always notorious anti-corpus. Never such a wealth of literature, worthy its 24-hour immortality, as the articles proving, and proving by figures, that American wages were universally higher, commodities universally lower priced, war budgets smaller but the army and its equipment much larger, than ever in history. Never such righteous polemics as the proofs that all non-corpus were communists. Almost daily, Winthrop, Saracen, Dr. McAblin, Secretary of War Lutheran Orne, or Vice President Pearlie Beecroft humbly addressed their masters, the great general public, on the radio, and congratulated them on making a new world by their example of American solidarity, marching shoulder to shoulder under the grand old flag, comrades in the blessings of peace and comrades in the joys of war to come. Much heralded movies, subsidized by the government, showed the MMS driving armored motors at 80 miles an hour, piloting a fleet of 1,000 planes, and being very tender to a little girl with a kitten. Everyone, including Doremus Jessup, had said in 1935, if there ever is a fascist dictatorship here, American humor and pioneer independence are so marked that it will be absolutely different from anything in Europe. For almost a year after Winthrop came in, this seemed true. The chief was photographed playing poker in shirt sleeves and with a derby on the back of his head, with a newspaperman, a chauffeur, and a pair of rugged steel workers. Dr. McAblin in person led an Elks brass band and dived in competition with the Atlantic City bathing beauties. It was reputably reported that MMS apologized to political prisoners for having to arrest them, and that the prisoners joked amiably with the guards, at first. All that was gone, within a year after the inauguration, and surprised scientists discovered that whips and handcuffs hurt just as sorely in the clear American air as in the miasmic fogs of Prussia. Doremus, reading the authors he had concealed in the horsehair sofa, the gallant communist, Karl Billinger, the gallant anti-communist, Tchernavin, and the gallant neutral, Laurent, began to see something like a biology of dictatorships, all dictatorships. The universal apprehension, the timorous denials of faith, the same methods of arrest, sudden pounding on the door late at night, the squad of police pushing in, the blows, the search, the obscene oaths at the frightened women, the third degree by young snipe of officials, the accompanying blows, and then the formal beatings, when the prisoner is forced to count the strokes until he faints, the leprous beds and the sour stew, guards jokingly shooting round and round a prisoner who believes he is being executed, the waiting in solitude to know what will happen, till men go mad and hang themselves. Thus had things gone in Germany, exactly thus in Soviet Russia, in Italy and Hungary and Poland, Spain and Cuba and Japan and China. Not very different had it been under the blessings of liberty and fraternity in the French Revolution. All dictators followed the same routine of torture, as if they had all read the same manual of sadistic etiquette. And now, in the humorous, friendly, happy-go-lucky land of Mark Twain, Doremus saw the homicidal maniacs having just as good a time as they had had in Central Europe. America followed, too, the same ingenious finances as Europe. Winthrop had promised to make everybody richer, and had contrived to make everybody, except for a few hundred bankers and industrialists and soldiers, much poorer. He needed no higher mathematicians to produce his financial statements, any ordinary press agent could do them. To show a 100% economy in military expenditures, while increasing the establishment 700%, it had been necessary only to charge up all expenditures for the Minutemen to non-military departments, so that their training in the art of bayonet sticking was debited to the Department of Education. To show an increase in average wages, one did tricks with categories of labor and required minimum wages, and forgot to state how many workers ever did become entitled to the minimum, and how much was charged as wages, on the books, for food and shelter for the millions in the labor camps. It all made dazzling reading. There had never been more elegant and romantic fiction. Even loyal corpus began to wonder why the armed forces, army and MMS together, were being so increased. Was a frightened Winthrop getting ready to defend himself against a rising of the whole nation? Did he plan to attack all of North and South America and make himself an emperor? Or both? In any case, the forces were so swollen that even with its despotic power of taxation, the Corpo government never had enough. They began to force exports, to practice the dumping of wheat, corn, timber, copper, oil, machinery. They increased production, forced it by fines and threats, then stripped the farmer of all he had, for export at depreciated prices. But at home the prices were not depreciated but increased, so that the more we exported, the less the industrial worker in America had to eat. And really zealous county commissioners took from the farmer even his seed grain, so that he could grow no more, and on the very acres where once he had raised superfluous wheat he now starved for bread. And while he was starving, the commissioners continued to try to make him pay for the Corpo bonds which he had been made to buy on the installment plan. But still, when he did finally starve to death, none of these things worried him. There were bread lines now in Fort Beulah, once or twice a week. The hardest phenomenon of dictatorship for a Doremus to understand, even when he saw it daily in his own street, was the steady diminution of gaiety among the people. America, like England and Scotland, had never really been a gay nation. Rather it had been heavily and noisily jocular, with a substratum of worry and insecurity, in the image of its patron saint, Lincoln of the rollicking stories and the tragic heart. But at least there had been hearty greetings, man to man, there had been clamorous jazz for dancing, and the lively, slangy catcalls of young people, and the nervous blatting of tremendous traffic. All that false cheerfulness lessened now, day by day. The corpus found nothing more convenient to milk than public pleasures. After the bread had molded, the circuses were closed. There were taxes or increased taxes on motor cars, movies, theaters, dances, and ice cream sodas. There was a tax on playing a phonograph or radio in any restaurant. Lee Saracen, himself a bachelor, conceived of super-taxing bachelors and spinsters, and contrariwise of taxing all weddings at which more than 5 persons were present. Even the most reckless youngsters went less and less to public entertainments, because no one not ostentatiously in uniform cared to be noticed, these days. It was impossible to sit in a public place without wondering which spies were watching you. So all the world stayed home and jumped anxiously at every passing footstep, every telephone ring, every tap of an ivy sprig on the window. The score of people definitely pledged to the new underground were the only persons to whom Doremus dared talk about anything more incriminating than whether it was likely to rain, though he had been the friendliest gossip in town. Always it had taken 10 minutes longer than was humanly possible for him to walk to the informer office, because he stopped on every corner to ask after someone's sick wife, politics, potato crop, opinions about deism, or luck at fishing. As he read of rebels against the regime who worked in Rome, in Berlin, he envied them. They had thousands of government agents, unknown by sight and thus the more dangerous, to watch them, but also they had thousands of comrades from whom to seek encouragement, exciting personal tattle, shop talk, and the assurance that they were not altogether idiotic to risk their lives for a mistress so ungrateful as revolution. Those secret flats in great cities, perhaps some of them really were filled with the rosy glow they had in fiction. But the Fort Beulahs, anywhere in the world, were so isolated, the conspirators so uninspiringly familiar one to another, that only by inexplicable faith could one go on. Now that Lorinda was gone, there certainly was nothing very diverting in sneaking round corners, trying to look like somebody else, merely to meet Buck and Dan Wilgus and that good woman, Sissy. Buck and he and the rest, they were such amateurs. They needed the guidance of veteran agitators like Mr. Ailey and Mr. Bailey and Mr. Cayley. Their feeble pamphlets, their smearily printed newspaper, seemed futile against the enormous blare of corpo propaganda. It seemed worse than futile, it seemed insane, to risk martyrdom in a world where fascists persecuted communists, communists persecuted social democrats persecuted everybody who would stand for it, where Aryans who looked like Jews persecuted Jews who looked like Aryans and Jews persecuted their debtors, where every statesman and clergyman praised peace and brightly asserted that the only way to get peace was to get ready for war. What conceivable reason could one have for seeking after righteousness in a world which so hated righteousness? Why do anything except eat and read and make love and provide for sleep that should be secure against disturbance by armed policemen? He never did find any particularly good reason. He simply went on. In June, when the Fort Beulah cell of the new underground had been carrying on for some 3 months, Mr. Francis Tasbraw, the Golden Quarryman, called on his neighbor, Doremus. "How are you, Frank?" "Fine, Remus." "How's the old carping critic?" "Fine, Frank." "Still carping?" "Fine carping weather, at that." "Have a cigar?" "Thanks." "Got a match?" "Thanks." "Saw Sissy yesterday." "She looks fine." "Yes, she's fine." "I saw Malcolm driving by yesterday." "How did he like it in the Provincial University, at New York?" "Oh, fine fine. He says the athletics are grand. They're getting Primo Carnera over to coach in tennis next year. I think it's Carnera, I think it's tennis, but anyway, the athletics are fine there, Malcolm says. Say, Remus, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. The fact is I want you to be sure and not repeat this to anybody. I know you can be trusted with a secret, even if you are a newspaperman or used to be, I mean, but the fact is, there's going to be some governmental promotions all along the line. This is confidential, and it comes to me straight from the provincial commissioner, Colonel Hike. Lutheran Orne is finished as Secretary of War. He's a nice fellow, but he hasn't got as much publicity for the corpus out of his office as the chief expected him to. Hike is to have his job, and also take over the position of High Marshal of the Minutemen from Lee Saracen. I suppose Saracen has too much to do. Well then, John Sullivan Reek is slated to be Provincial Commissioner. That leaves the office of District Commissioner for Vermont, New Hampshire empty, and I'm one of the people being seriously considered. I've done a lot of speaking for the corpus, and I know Dewey Hike very well. I was able to advise him about erecting public buildings. Of course there's none of the county commissioners around here that measure up to a district commissionership, not even Dr. Stogmeyer, certainly not Shad Leju. Now if you could see your way clear to throw in with me, your influence would help. Good heavens, Frank, the worst thing you could have happen, if you want the job, is to have me favor you. The corpus don't like me. Oh, of course they know I'm loyal, not one of these dirty, sneaking anti-corpus, but I never made enough noise in the paper to please them. That's just it, Remus. I've got a really striking idea. Even if they don't like you, the corpus respect you, and they know how long you've been important in the state. We'd all be greatly pleased if you came out and joined us. Now just suppose you did so and let people know that it was my influence that converted you to corpoism. That might give me quite a leg up. And between old friends like us, Remus, I can tell you that this job of district commissioner would be useful to me in the quarry business, aside from the social advantages. And if I got the position, I can promise you that I'd either get the informer taken away from Stogmeyer and that dirty little stinker, Itchett, and given back to you to run absolutely as you pleased, providing, of course, you had the sense to keep from criticizing the chief and the state. Or, if you'd rather, I think I could probably wangle a job for you as military judge, or maybe President Peasley's job as district director of education. You'd have a lot of fun out of that, awfully amusing the way all the teachers kiss the director's foot. Come on, old man. Think of all the fun we used to have in the old days. Come to your senses and face the inevitable and join us and fix up some good publicity for me. How about it, huh? Doremus reflected that the worst trial of a revolutionary propagandist was not risking his life, but having to be civil to people like future Commissioner Tasbraw. He supposed that his voice was polite as he muttered, "Afraid I'm too old to try it, Frank," but apparently Tasbraw was offended. He sprang up and tramped away grumbling, "Oh, very well then." And I didn't give him a chance to say anything about being realistic or breaking eggs to make an omelette, regretted Doremus. The next day Malcolm Tasbraw, meeting Sissy on the street, made his beefy most of cutting her. At the time the Jessops thought that was very amusing. They thought the occasion less amusing when Malcolm chased little David out of the Tasbraw apple orchard, which he had been wont to use as the great western forest where at any time one was rather more than likely to meet Kit Carson, Robin Hood, and Colonel Lindbergh hunting together. Having only Frank's word for it, Doremus could do no more than hint in Vermont Vigilance that Colonel Dewey Hike was to be made Secretary of War, and give Hike's actual military record, which included the facts that as a first lieutenant in France in 1918, he had been under fire for less than 15 minutes, and that his one real triumph had been commanding state militia during a strike in Oregon, when 11 strikers had been shot down, 5 of them in the back. Then Doremus forgot Tasbraw completely and happily. 30. B. Ut worse than having to be civil to the fatuous Mr. Tasbraw was keeping his mouth shut when, toward the end of June, a newspaperman at Baddington, Vermont, was suddenly arrested as editor of Vermont Vigilance and author of all the pamphlets by Doremus and Lorinda. He went to concentration camp. Buck and Dan Wilgus and Sissy prevented Doremus from confessing, and from even going to call on the victim, and when, with Lorinda no longer there as confidant, Doremus tried to explain it all to Emma, she said, "Wasn't it lucky that the government had blamed somebody else?" Emma had worked out the theory that the NU activity was some sort of a naughty game which kept her boy, Doremus, busy after his retirement. He was mildly nagging the corpus. She wasn't sure that it was really nice to nag the legal authorities, but still, for a little fellow, her Dormice had always been surprisingly spunky, just like a spunky little Scotch terrier she had owned when she was a girl. Mr. McNabbit, its name had been, a little Scotch terrier, but my, so spunky he acted like he was a regular lion. She was rather glad that Lorinda was gone, though she liked Lorinda and worried about how well she might do with a tea room in a new town, a town where she had never lived. But she just couldn't help feeling that Lorinda, with all her wild crazy ideas about women's rights, and workmen being just as good as their employers, had a bad influence on Doramis's tendency to show off and shock people. For too many years she had been used to Doramis's irregular routine to have her sleep disturbed by his returning from Bucks at the improper time, to which she referred as at all hours, but she did wish he would be more on time for his meals, and she gave up the question of why, these days, he seemed to like to associate with ordinary people like John Polico, Dan Wilgus, Daniel Babcock, and Pete Vuitton Mai. Some people said Pete couldn't even read and write, and Doramus so educated and all. Why didn't he see more of lovely people like Frank Tasbraw and Professor Stogmeyer and Mr. R.C. Crowley and this new friend of his, the Hon. John Sullivan Reek? Why couldn't he keep out of politics? She'd always said they were no occupation for a gentleman. Like David, now 10 years old, Emma thought the marching MMS were a very fine show indeed, so much like movies of the Civil War, really quite educational, and while of course if Doramus didn't care for President Winthrop, she was opposed to him also, yet didn't Mr. Winthrop speak beautifully about pure language, church attendance, low taxation, and the American flag? The realists, the makers of omelets, did climb, as Tasbraw had predicted. Colonel Dewey Hike, Commissioner of the Northeastern Province, became Secretary of War and High Marshal of MMS, while the former Secretary, Colonel Lutheran Orne, retired to Kansas and the real estate business and was well spoken of by all businessmen for being thus willing to give up the grandeur of Washington for duty toward practical affairs, and his family, who were throughout the press depicted as having frequently missed him. It was rumored in NU cells that Hike might go higher even than Secretary of War, that Winthrop was worried by the forced growth of a certain effeminacy in Lee Saracen under the arc light of glory. Francis Tasbraw was elevated to district commissionership at Hanover. But Mr. Sullivan Reek did not in series go on to be provincial commissioner. It was said that he had too many friends among just the old-line politicians whose jobs the corpus were so enthusiastically taking. No, the new provincial commissioner, viceroy and general, was military Judge Effingham Swan, the one man whom Mary Jessup Greenhill hated more than she did Shad Lejew. Swan was a splendid commissioner. Within 3 days after taking office, he had John Sullivan Reek and 7 assistant district commissioners arrested, tried, and imprisoned, all within 24 hours, and an 80-year-old woman, mother of a new underground agent but not otherwise accused of wickedness, penned in a concentration camp for the more desperate traitors. It was in a disused quarry which was always a foot deep in water. After he had sentenced her, Swan was said to have bowed to her most courteously. The new underground sent out warning, from headquarters in Montreal, for a general tightening up of precautions against being caught distributing propaganda. Agents were disappearing rather alarmingly. Bucks coughed, but Doramus was nervous. He noticed that the same strange man, ostensibly a drummer, a large man with unpleasant eyes, had twice got into conversation with him in the Hotel Wessex lobby, and too obviously hinted that he was anti-corpo and would love to have Doramus say something nasty about the chief and the MMS. Doramus became cautious about going out to Bucks. He parked his car in half a dozen different wood roads and crept afoot to the secret basement. On the evening of the 28th of June, 1938, he had a notion that he was being followed, so closely did a car with red-tinted headlights, anxiously watched in his rear-view mirror, stick behind him as he took the Keesmit Highway down to Bucks. He turned up a side road, down another. The spy car followed. He stopped, in a driveway on the left-hand side of the road, and angrily stepped out, in time to see the other car pass, with a man who looked like Shad Lejew driving. He swung round then and, without concealment, bolted for Bucks. In the basement, Buck was contentedly tying up bundles of the vigilance, while Father Perfex, in his shirt sleeves, vest open and black dicky swinging beneath his reversed collar, sat at a plain pine table, writing a warning to New England Catholics that though the corpus had, unlike the Nazis in Germany, been shrewd enough to flatter prelates, they had lowered the wages of French-Canadian Catholic mill hands and imprisoned their leaders just as severely as in the case of the avowedly wicked Protestants. Perfex smiled up at Doremus, stretched, lighted a pipe, and chuckled, as a great ecclesiast. Doremus, is it your opinion that I shall be committing a venial or a mortal sin by publishing this little masterpiece, the work of my favorite author, without the bishop's imprimatur? Stephen. Buck. I think they're on to us. Maybe we've got to fold up already and get the press and type out of here. He told of being shadowed. He telephoned to Julian, at headquarters, and he telephoned in the fine new German he had been learning by translation. Denkst du ihr Freunds der haben Idee die letzte Tag von VOTVE Mach hier? And the college-bred Julian had so much international culture as to be able to answer, Ja, ich meine ihr Vossashen morning free. Look Owid. How could they move? Where? Dan Wilgus arrived, in panic, an hour after. Say. They're watching us. Doremus, Buck, and the priest gathered round the black Viking of a man. Just now when I came in I thought I heard something in the bushes, here in the yard, near the house, and before I thought, I flashed my torch on him, and by golly if it wasn't a Ross Dilly, and not in uniform, and you know how a Ross loves his God, excuse me, father, how he loves his uniform. He was disguised. Sure. In overalls. Looked like a jackass that's gone under a clothesline. Well, he'd been rubbering at the house. Course these curtains are drawn, but I don't know what he saw, and the three large men looked to Doremus for orders. We got to get all this stuff out of here. Quick. Take it and hide it in Truman Webb's attic. Stephen, get John Polico and Mungo Kit Eric and Pete Viewtong on the phone, get 'em here. Quick, tell John to stop by and tell Julian to come as soon as he can. Dan, start dismantling the press. Buck, bundle up all the literature. As he spoke, Doremus was wrapping type in scraps of newspaper. And at 3 next morning, before light, Polico was driving toward Truman Webb's farmhouse, the entire equipment of the new underground printing establishment, in Buck's old farm truck, from which blatted, for the benefit of all ears that might be concerned, 2 frightened calves. Next day Julian ventured to invite his superior officers, Shad Lejew and Emil Stogmeyer, to a poker session at Buck's. They came, with alacrity. They found Buck, Doremus, Mungo Kit Eric, and Doc Itchett, the last an entirely innocent participant in certain deceptions. They played in Buck's parlor. But during the evening Buck announced that anyone wanting beer instead of whiskey would find it in a tub of ice in the basement, and that anyone wishing to wash his hands would find 2 bathrooms upstairs. Shad hastily went for beer. Doc Itchett even more hastily went to wash his hands. Both of them were gone much longer than one would have expected. When the party broke up and Buck and Doremus were alone, Buck shrieked with bucolic mirth, I could scarcely keep a straight face when I heard good old Shad opening the cupboards and taking a fine long look-see for pamphlets down in the basement. Well, Captain Jessup, that about ends their suspicion of this place as a den of traitors, I guess. God, but isn't Shad dumb? This was at perhaps 3 a.m. on the morning of June 30th. Doremus stayed home, writing sedition, all the afternoon and evening of the 30th, hiding the sheets under pages of newspaper in the Franklin stove in his study, so that he could touch them off with a match in case of a raid, a trick he had learned from Karl Billinger's anti-Nazi fatherland. This new opus was devoted to murders ordered by Commissioner Effingham Swan. On the 1st and 2nd of July, when he sauntered uptown, he was rather noticeably encountered by the same weighty drummer who had picked him up in the Hotel Wessex lobby before, and who now insisted on their having a drink together. Doremus escaped, and was conscious that he was being followed by an unknown young man, flamboyant in an apricot-colored polo shirt and gray bags, whom he recognized as having worn uniform at a parade in June. On July 3, rather panicky, Doremus drove to Truman Webb's, taking an hour of zigzagging to do it, and warned Truman not to permit any more printing till he should have a release. When Doremus went home, Sissy lightly informed him that Shad had insisted she go out to an picnic with him on the next afternoon, the 4th, and that, information or no, she had refused. She was afraid of him, surrounded by his ready playmates. That night of the 3rd, Doremus slept only in 6 spasms. He was reasonlessly convinced that he would be arrested before dawn. The night was overcast and electric and uneasy. The crickets sounded as though they were piping under compulsion, in a rhythm of terror. He lay throbbing to their sound. He wanted to flee, but how and where, and how could he leave his threatened family? For the first time in years he wished that he were sleeping beside the unperturbable Emma, beside her small earthy hillock of body. He laughed at himself. What could Emma do to protect him against Minutemen? Just scream. And what then? But he, who always slept with his door shut, to protect his sacred aloneness, popped out of bed to open the door, that he might have the comfort of hearing her breathe, and the fiercer Mary stir in slumber, and Sissy's occasional young whimper. He was awakened before dawn by early firecrackers. He heard the tramping of feet. He lay taut. Then he awoke again, at 7:30, and was slightly angry that nothing happened. The MMS brought out their burnished helmets and all the rideable horses in the neighborhood, some of them known as most superior plow horses, for the great celebration of the new freedom on the morning of 4th of July. There was no post of the American Legion in the jaunty parade. That organization had been completely suppressed, and a number of American Legion leaders had been shot. Others had tactfully taken posts in the itself. The troops, in hollow square, with the ordinary citizenry humbly jammed in behind them and the Jessup family rather hoity-toity on the outskirts, were addressed by ex-Governor Isham Hubbard, a fine ruddy old rooster who could say cock-a-doodle-doo with more profundity than any fowl since Aesop. He announced that the chief had extraordinary resemblances to Washington, Jefferson, and William B. McKinley, and to Napoleon on his better days. The trumpets blew, the MMS gallantly marched off nowhere in particular, and Doremus went home, feeling much better after his laugh. Following noon dinner, since it was raining, he proposed a game of contract to Emma, Mary, and Sissy with Mrs. Candy as volunteer umpire. But the thunder of the hill country disquieted him. Whenever he was dummy, he ambled to a window. The rain ceased, the sun came out for a false, hesitating moment, and the wet grass looked unreal. Clouds with torn bottoms, like the hem of a ragged skirt, were driven down the valley, cutting off the bulk of Mount Faithful. The sun went out as in a mammoth catastrophe, and instantly the world was in unholy darkness, which poured into the room. "Why, it's quite dark, isn't it?" "Sissy, turn on the lights," said Emma. The rain attacked again, in a crash, and to Doremus, looking out, the whole knowable world seemed washed out. Through the deluge he saw a huge car flash, the great wheels throwing up fountains. "Wonder what make of car that is. Must be a 16-cylinder Cadillac, I guess," reflected Doremus. The car swerved into his own gateway, almost knocking down a gate post, and stopped with a jar at his porch. From it leaped 5 Minutemen, black waterproof capes over their uniforms. Before he could quite get through the reflection that he recognized none of them, they were there in the room. The leader, an ensign, marched up to Doremus, looked at him casually, and struck him full in the face. Except for the one light pink of the bayonet when he had been arrested before, except for an occasional toothache or headache, or a smart when he had banged a fingernail, Doremus Jessup had not for 30 years known authentic pain. It was as incredible as it was horrifying, this torture in his eyes and nose and crushed mouth. He stood bent, gasping, and the ensign again smashed his face, and observed, "You are under arrest." Mary had launched herself on the ensign, was hitting at him with a china ashtray. Two MMS dragged her off, threw her on the couch, and one of them pinned her there. The other two guards were bulking over the paralyzed Emma, the galvanized sissy. Doremus vomited suddenly and collapsed, as though he were dead drunk. He was conscious that the 5 MMS were yanking the books from the shelves and hurling them on the floor, so that the covers split, and with their pistol butts smashing vases and lampshades and small occasional tables. One of them tattooed a rough on the white paneling above the fireplace with shots from his automatic. The ensign said only, "Careful, Jim," and kissed the hysterical sissy. Doremus struggled to get up. An kicked him in the elbow. It felt like death itself, and Doremus writhed on the floor. He heard them tramping upstairs. He remembered then that his manuscript about the murders by Provincial Commissioner Effingham Swan was hidden in the Franklin stove in his study. The sound of their smashing of furniture in the bedrooms on the second floor was like that of a dozen wood choppers gone mad. In all his agony, Doremus struggled to get up to set fire to the papers in the stove before they should be found. He tried to look at his women. He could make out Mary, tied to the couch. But his vision was too blurred, his mind too bruised, to see anything clearly. Staggering, sometimes creeping on his hands and knees, he did actually get past the men in the bedrooms and up the stairs to the third floor and his study. He was in time to see the ensign throwing his best beloved books and his letter files, accumulated these 20 years, out of the study window, to see him search the papers in the Franklin stove, look up with cheerful triumph and cackle, "Nice piece you've written here, I guess, Jessup. Commissioner Swan will love to see it." "I demand see Commissioner Legidist Commissioner Tasbra, friends of mine," stammered Doremus. "Don't know a thing about them. I'm running this show," the ensign chuckled, and slapped Doremus, not very painfully, merely with a shamefulness as great as Doremus's when he realized that he had been so cowardly as to appeal to Shad and Francis. He did not open his mouth again, did not whimper nor even amuse the troopers by vainly appealing on behalf of the women. As he was hustled down 2 flights of stairs, they threw him down the lower flight and he landed on his raw shoulder and out to the big car. The driver, who had been waiting behind the wheel, already had the engine running. The car whined away, threatening every instant to skid. But the Doremus who had been queasy about skidding did not notice. What could he do about it, anyway? He was helpless between 2 troopers in the back seat, and his powerlessness to make the driver slow up seemed part of all his powerlessness before the dictator's power, he who had always so taken it for granted that in his dignity and social security he was just slightly superior to laws and judges and policemen, to all the risks and pain of ordinary workers. He was unloaded, like a balky mule, at the jail entrance of the courthouse. He resolved that when he was led before Shad he would so rebuke the scoundrel that he would not forget it. But Doremus was not taken into the courthouse. He was kicked toward a large, black-painted, unlettered truck by the entrance, literally kicked, while even in his bewildered anguish he speculated, "I wonder which is worse, the physical pain of being kicked, or the mental humiliation of being turned into a slave. Hell! Don't be sophistical. It's the pain in the behind that hurts most." He was hiked up a step ladder into the back of the truck. From the unlighted interior a moan, "My God, not you too, Dormouse." It was the voice of Buck Titus, and with him as prisoners were Truman Webb and Dan Wilgus. Dan was in handcuffs, because he had fought so. The 4 men were too sore to talk much as they felt the truck lurch away and they were thrown against one another. Once Doremus spoke truthfully, "I don't know how to tell you how ghastly sorry I am to have got you into this," and once he lied, when Buck groaned, "Did those hurt the girls? They must have ridden for 3 hours." Doremus was in such a coma of suffering that even though his back winced as it bounced against the rough floor and his face was all one neuralgia, he drowsed and woke to terror, drowsed and woke to his own helpless wailing. The truck stopped. The doors were opened on lights thick among white brick buildings. He hazily saw that they were on the one-time Dartmouth campus headquarters now of the Corpo District Commissioner. That commissioner was his old acquaintance Francis Tasbraw. He would be released. They would be freed, all four. The incredulity of his humiliation cleared away. He came out of his sick fear like a shipwrecked man sighting an approaching boat. But he did not see Tasbraw. The MMS, silent save for mechanical cursing, drove him into a hallway, into a cell which had once been part of a sedate classroom, left him with a final clout on the head. He dropped on a wooden pallet with a straw pillow and was instantly asleep. He was too dazed, he who usually looked recordingly at places, to note then or afterward what his cell was like, except that it appeared to be filled with sulfuric fumes from a locomotive engine. When he came to, his face seemed frozen stiff. His coat was torn, and foul with the smell of vomit. He felt degraded, as though he had done something shameful. His door was violently opened, a dirt-clotted bowl of feeble coffee, with a crust of bread faintly smeared with oleomargarine, was thrust at him, and after he had given them up, nauseated, he was marched out into the corridor, by two guards, just as he wanted to go to the toilet. Even that he could forget in the paralysis of fear. One guard seized him by the trim small beard and yanked it, laughing very much. Always did want to see whether a billy goat whisker would pull out or not, snickered the guard. While he was thus tormented, Doremus received a crack behind his ear from the other man, and a scolding command, "Come on, goat. Want us to milk you? You dirty little so-and-so. What you in for? You look like a little kike tailor, you little him," the other scoffed. "Nah. He's some kind of a half-eared hick newspaper editor, they'll sure shoot him sedition, but I hope they'll beat hell out of him first for being such a bum editor." "Him? An editor? Say. Listen. I got a swell idea. Hey. Fellas." 4 or 5 other MMS, half-dressed, looked out from a room down the hall. "This here is a writing fellow. I'm going to make him show us how he writes. Look it." The guard dashed down the corridor to a door with the sign "Gents" hung out in front of it, came back with paper, not clean, threw it in front of Doremus, and yammered, "Come on, boss. Show us how you write your pieces. Come on, write us a piece with your nose." He was iron strong. He pressed Doremus's nose down against the filthy paper and held it there, while his mates giggled. They were interrupted by an officer, commanding, though leniently, "Come on, boys, cut out the monkey shines and take this to the bullpen. Trial this morning." Doremus was led to a dirty room in which half a dozen prisoners were waiting. One of them was Buck Titus. Over one eye Buck had a slatternly bandage which had so loosened as to show that his forehead was cut to the bone. Buck managed to wink jovially. Doremus tried, vainly, to keep from sobbing. He waited an hour, standing, arms tight at his side, at the demands of an ugly-faced guard, snapping a dog whip with which he twice slashed Doremus when his hands fell lax. Buck was led into the trial room just before him. The door was closed. Doremus heard Buck cry out terribly, as though he had been wounded to death. The cry faded into a choked gasping. When Buck was led out of the inner room, his face was as dirty and as pale as his bandage, over which blood was now creeping. The man at the door of the inner room jerked his thumb sharply at Doremus, and snarled, "You're next." Now he would face Tasbraw. But in the small room into which he had been taken, and he was confused, because somehow he had expected a large courtroom, there was only the ensign who had arrested him yesterday, sitting at a table, running through papers, while a stolid MM stood on either side of him, rigid, hand on pistol holster. The ensign kept him waiting, then snapped with disheartening suddenness, "Your name? You know it?" The two guards beside Doremus each hit him. "Your name?" "Doremus Jessup." "You're a communist." "No, I'm not." 25 lashes and the oil. Not believing, not understanding, Doremus was rushed across the room, into a cellar beyond. A long wooden table there was dark with dry blood, stank with dry blood. The guard seized Doremus, sharply jerked his head back, pried open his jaws, and poured in a quart of castor oil. They tore off his garments above the belt, flung them on the sticky floor. They threw him face downward on the long table and began to lash him with a one-piece steel fishing rod. Each stroke cut into the flesh of his back, and they beat him slowly, relishing it, to keep him from fainting too quickly. But he was unconscious when, to the guard's great diversion, the castor oil took effect. Indeed, he did not know it till he found himself limp on a messy piece of gunny sacking on the floor of his cell. They awakened him twice during the night to demand, "You're a communist, heh? You better admit it? We're going to beat the living tar out of you till you do." Though he was sicker than he had ever been in his life, yet he was also angrier, too angry to admit anything whatever, even to save his wrecked life. He simply snarled no, but on the third beating he savagely wondered if no was now a truthful answer. After each questioning he was pounded again with fists, but not lashed with the steel rod, because the headquarters doctor had forbidden it. He was a sporty-looking young doctor in +4s. He yawned at the guards, "In the blood-reeking cellar, better cut out the lashes or this will pass out on you." Doremus raised his head from the table to gasp, "You call yourself a doctor, and you associate with these murderers? Oh, shut up, you little dirty traitors, like you deserve to be beaten to death, and maybe you will be, but I think the boys ought to save you for the trial." The doctor showed his scientific mettle by twisting Doremus's ear till it felt as though it were torn off, chuckled, "Go to it, boys," and ambled away, ostentatiously humming. For 3 nights he was questioned and lashed once, late at night, by guards who complained of the inhuman callousness of their officers in making them work so late. They amused themselves by using an old harness strap, with a buckle on it, to beat him. He almost broke down when the examining ensign declared that Buck Titus had confessed their illegal propaganda, and narrated so many details of the work that Doremus could almost have believed in the confession. He did not listen. He told himself, no. Buck would die before he'd confess anything. It's all a Rostilly's spying. The ensign cooed, "Now if you'll just have the sense to copy your friend Titus and tell us who's in the conspiracy besides him and you and Wilgus and Webb, we'll let you go. We know, all right, oh, we know the whole plot, but we just want to find out whether you've finally come to your senses and been converted, my little friend. Now who else was there? Just give us their names. We'll let you go. Or would you like the castor oil and the whip again?" Doremus did not answer. 10 lashes, said the ensign. He was chased out for half an hour's walk on the campus every afternoon, probably because he would have preferred lying on his hard cot, trying to keep still enough so that his heart would stop its deathly hammering. 100 prisoners marched there, round and round senselessly. He passed Buck Titus. To salute him would have meant a blow from the guards. They greeted each other with quick eyelids, and when he saw those untroubled spaniel eyes, Doremus knew that Buck had not squealed. And in the exercise yard he saw Dan Wilgus, but Dan was not walking free. He was led out from the torture rooms by guards, and with his crushed nose, his flattened ear, he looked as though he had been pounded by a prizefighter. He seemed partly paralyzed. Doremus tried to get information about Dan from a guard in his cell corridor. The guard, a handsome, clear-cheeked young man, noted in a valley of the White Mountains as a local beau, and very kind to his mother, laughed, "Oh, your friend Wilgus? That chump thinks he can lick his weight in wildcats. I hear he always tries to soak the guards. They'll take that out of him, all right." Doremus thought, that night he could not be sure, but he thought he heard Dan wailing, half the night. Next morning he was told that Dan, who had always been so disgusted when he had had to set up the news of a weakling's suicide, had hanged himself in his cell. Then, unexpectedly, Doremus was taken into a room, this time reasonably large, a former English classroom turned into a court, for his trial. But it was not District Commissioner Francis Tasbraw who was on the bench, nor any military judge, but no less a protector of the people than the great new Provincial Commissioner, Effingham Swan. Swan was looking at Doramis's article about him as Doramis was led up to stand before the bench. He spoke, and this harsh, tired-looking man was no longer the airy Rhodes scholar who had sported with Doramis once like a boy pulling the wings off flies. "Jessup, do you plead guilty to seditious activities?" Why? Doramis looked helplessly about for something in the way of legal counsel. "Commissioner Tasbraw," called Swan. So at last Doramis did see his boyhood playmate. Tasbraw did nothing so commendable as to avoid Doramis's eyes. Indeed, he looked at Doramis directly, and most affably, as he spoke his piece. "Your Excellency, it gives me great pain to have to expose this man, Jessup, whom I have known all my life, and tried to help, but he always was a smart aleck. He was a laughing-stock in Fort Beulah for the way he tried to show off as a great political leader, and when the chief was elected, he was angry because he didn't get any political office, and he went about everywhere trying to disaffect people. I have heard him do so myself." "That's enough." "Thanks. County Commissioner Lejew." "Captain Lejew, is it or is it not true that the man Jessup tried to persuade you to join a violent plot against my person?" But Shad did not look at Doramis as he mumbled, "It's true." Swan crackled, "Gentlemen, I think that, plus the evidence contained in the prisoner's own manuscript, which I hold here, is sufficient testimony. Prisoner, if it weren't for your age and your damn silly senile weakness, I'd sentence you to 100 lashes, as I do all the other communists like you that threaten the corporate state. As it is, I sentence you to be held in concentration camp, at the will of the court, but with a minimum sentence of 17 years. Doramis calculated rapidly. He was 62 now. He would be 79 then. He never would see freedom again. And, in the power of issuing emergency decrees, conferred upon me as Provincial Commissioner, I also sentence you to death by shooting, but I suspend that sentence though only until such time as you may be caught trying to escape. And I hope you'll have just lots and lots of time in prison, Jessup, to think about how clever you were in this entrancing article you wrote about me. And to remember that any nasty cold morning they may take you out in the rain and shoot you." He ended with a mild suggestion to the guards, and 20 lashes. 2 minutes later they had forced castor oil down him. He lay trying to bite at the stained wood of the whipping table, and he could hear the whish of the steel fishing rod as a guard playfully tried it out in the air before bringing it down across the crisscross wounds of his raw back. 31. As the open prison van approached the concentration camp at Trianon, the last light of afternoon caressed the thick birch and maples and poplars up the pyramid of Mount Faithful. But the grayness swiftly climbed the slope, and all the valley was left in cold shadow. In his seat the sick Doramis drooped again in listlessness. The prim Georgian buildings of the girls' school, which had been turned into a concentration camp at Trianon, 9 miles north of Fort Beulah, had been worse used than Dartmouth, where whole buildings were reserved for the luxuries of the corpus and their female cousins, all very snotty and parvenu. The Trianon school seemed to have been gouged by a flood. Marble doorsteps had been taken away. Windows were smashed. "Hurrah for the chief" had been chalked on brick walls, and other chalked words, each of 4 letters, had been rubbed out, not very thoroughly. The lawns and hollyhock beds were a mess of weeds. The buildings stood on 3 sides of a square. The 4th side and the gaps between buildings were closed with unpainted pine fences topped with strands of barbed wire. Every room except the office of Captain Cowlick, the superintendent, was smeared with filth. His office was merely dreary, and scented with whiskey, not, like the other rooms, with ammonia. Cowlick was not too ill-natured. He wished that the camp guards, all MMS, would not treat the prisoners viciously, except when they tried to escape. But he was a mild man, much too mild to hurt the feelings of the MMS and perhaps set up inhibitions in their psyches by interfering with their methods of discipline. The poor fellows probably meant well when they lashed noisy inmates for insisting they had committed no crime. and the good cowlick saved Doramis's life for a while, let him lie for a month in the stuffy hospital and have actual beef in his daily beef stew. The prison doctor, a decade-old drunkard who had had his medical training in the late 80s and who had been somewhat close to trouble in civil life for having performed too many abortions, was also good-natured enough, when sober, and at last he permitted Doramus to have Dr. Marcus Olmsted in from Fort Beulah, and for the first time in 4 weeks Doramus had news, any news whatsoever, of the world beyond prison. Where in normal life it would have been agony to wait for 1 hour to know what might be happening to his friends, his family, now for 1 month he had not known whether they were alive or dead. Dr. Olmsted, as guilty as Doramus himself of what the corpus called treason, dared speak to him only a moment, because the prison doctor stayed in the hospital ward all the while, drooling over whip-scarred patients and daubing iodine more or less near their wounds. Olmsted sat on the edge of his cot, with its foul blankets, unwashed for months, and muttered rapidly. "Quick! Listen! Don't talk! Mrs. Jessup and your 2 girls are all right, they're scared, but no signs of their being arrested. Here Lorinda Pike is all right. Your grandson, David, looks fine, though I'm afraid he'll grow up a corpo, like all the youngsters. Buck Titus is alive at another concentration camp, the one near Woodstock. Our NU cell at Fort Beulah is doing what it can, no publishing, but we forward information, get a lot from Julian Falk, great joke, he's been promoted, Squad leader now. Mary and Sissy and Father Perfeeks keep distributing pamphlets from Boston, they help the Quinn boy and me to forward refugees to Canada. Yes, we carry on. About like an oxygen tent for a patient that's dying of pneumonia. It hurts to see you looking like a ghost, Doramus. But you'll pull through. You've got pretty good nerves for a little cuss. That aged-in-the-keg prison doctor is looking this way. Bye." He was not permitted to see Dr. Olmsted again, but it was probably Olmsted's influence that got him, when he was dismissed from the hospital, still shaky but well enough to stumble about, a vastly desirable job as sweeper of cells and corridors, cleaner of lavatories and scrubber of toilets, instead of working in the Woods gang, up Mount Faithful, where old men who sank under the weight of logs were said to be hammered to death by guards under the sadistic ensign Stoyd, when Captain Cowlick wasn't looking. It was better, too, than the undesirable idleness of being disciplined in the doghouse where you lay naked, in darkness, and where bad cases were reformed by being kept awake for 48 or even 96 hours. Doramus was a conscientious toilet cleaner. He didn't like the work very much, but he had pride in being able to scrub as skillfully as any professional pearl diver in a Greek lunchroom, and satisfaction in lessening a little the wretchedness of his imprisoned comrades by giving them clean floors. For, he told himself, they were his comrades. He saw that he, who had thought of himself as a capitalist because he could hire and fire, and because theoretically he owned his business, had been as helpless as the most itinerant janitor, once it seemed worthwhile to the big business which corporatism represented to get rid of him. Yet he still told himself stoutly that he did not believe in a dictatorship of the proletariat any more than he believed in a dictatorship of the bankers and utility owners. He still insisted that any doctor or preacher, though economically he might be as insecure as the humblest of his flock, who did not feel that he was a little better than they, and privileged to enjoy working a little harder, was a rotten doctor or a preacher without grace. He felt that he himself had been a better and more honorable reporter than Doc Itchett, and a thundering sight better student of politics than most of his shopkeeper and farmer and factory worker readers. Yet bourgeois pride was so gone out of him that he was flattered, a little thrilled, when he was universally called Doramus and not Mr. Jessup by farmer and workman and truck driver and plain hobo, when they thought enough of his courage under beating and his good temper under being crowded with others in a narrow cell to regard him as almost as good as their own virile selves. Karl Pascal mocked him. "I told you so, Doramus. You'll be a communist yet." "Yes, maybe I will, Karl, after you communists kick out all your false prophets and belyakers and power drunkards, and all your press agents for the Moscow subway." "Well, all right, Why don't you join Max Eastman? I hear he's escaped to Mexico and has a whole big pure Trotskyite Communist Party of 17 members there. 17? Too many. What I want is mass action by just one member, alone on a hilltop. I'm a great optimist, Carl. I still hope America may someday rise to the standards of Kit Carson. As sweeper and scrubber, Doremus had unusual chances for gossip with other prisoners. He chuckled when he thought of how many of his fellow criminals were acquaintances: Karl Pascal, Henry Veeder, his own cousin, Louis Rotenstern, who looked now like a corpse, unforgettingly wounded in his old pride of having become a real American, Cliff Little, the jeweler, who was dying of consumption, Ben Tripper, who had been the jolliest workman in Metairie Coal's grist mill, Professor Victor Loveland, of the defunct Isaiah College, and Raymond Pridewell, that old Tory who was still so contemptuous of flattery, so clean amid dirt, so hawk-eyed, that the guards were uncomfortable when they beat him. Pascal, the communist, Pridewell, the Squire Archie Republican, and Henry Veeder, who had never cared to hang about politics, and who had recovered from the first shocks of imprisonment, these three had become intimates, because they had more arrogance of utter courage than anyone else in the prison. For whom Doremus shared with 5 other men a cell 12 feet by 10 and 8 feet high, which a finishing school girl had once considered outrageously confined for one lone young woman. Here they slept, in 2 tiers of 3 bunks each. Here they ate, washed, played cards, read, and enjoyed the leisurely contemplation which, as Captain Cowlick preached to them every Sunday morning, was to reform their black souls and turn them into loyal corpus. None of them, certainly not Doremus, complained much. They got used to sleeping in a jelly of tobacco smoke and human stench, to eating stews that always left them nervously hungry, to having no more dignity or freedom than monkeys in a cage, as a man gets used to the indignity of having to endure cancer. Only it left in them a murderous hatred of their oppressors, so that they, men of peace all of them, would gladly have hanged every corpo, mild or vicious. Doremus understood John Brown much better. His cell-mates were Karl Pascal, Henry Veeder, and 3 men whom he had not known, a Boston architect, a farm hand, and a dope fiend who had once kept questionable restaurants. They had good talk, especially from the dope fiend, who placidly defended crime in a world where the only real crime had been poverty. The worst torture to Doremus, aside from the agony of actual floggings, was the waiting. The waiting. It became a distinct, tangible thing, as individual and real as bread or water. How long would he be in? How long would he be in? Night and day, asleep and waking, he worried it, and by his bunk saw waiting the figure of waiting, a grey, foul ghost. It was like waiting in a filthy station for a late train, not for hours but for months. Would Swan amuse himself by having Doremus taken out and shot? He could not care much, now. He could not picture it, any more than he could picture kissing Lorinda, walking through the woods with Buck, playing with David and Foolish, or anything less sensual than the ever-derisive visions of roast beef with gravy, of a hot bath, last and richest of luxuries, where their only way of washing, except for a fortnightly shower, was with a dirty shirt dipped in the one basin of cold water for 6 men. Besides waiting, one other ghost hung about them: the notion of escaping. It was of that they whispered in the cell at night. When to escape? How to escape? To sneak off through the bushes when they were out with the woods gang? By some magic to cut through the bars on their cell window and drop out and blessedly not be seen by the patrols? To manage to hang on underneath one of the prison trucks and be driven away? They longed for escape as hysterically and as often as a politician longs for votes. But they had to discuss it cautiously, for there were stool pigeons all over the prison. This was hard for Doremus to believe. He could not understand a man's betraying his companions, and he did not believe it till, 2 months after Doremus had gone to concentration camp, Clifford Little betrayed to the guards Henry Veeder's plan to escape in a hay wagon. Henry was properly dealt with. Little was released. And Doremus, it may be, suffered over it nearly as much as either of them, sturdily though he tried to argue that Little had tuberculosis and that the often beatings had bled out his soul. Each prisoner was permitted one visitor a fortnight and, in sequence, Doremus saw Emma, Mary, Sissy, David. But always an was standing 2 feet away, listening, and Doremus had from them nothing more than a fluttering, "We're all fine, we hear Buck is all right, we hear Lorinda is doing fine in her new tea room, Philip writes he is all right." And once came Philip himself, his pompous son, more pompous than ever now as a corpo judge, and very hurt about his father's insane radicalism, considerably more hurt when Doremus tartly observed that he would much rather have had the dog Foolish for visitor. And there were letters all censored worse than useless to a man who had been so glad to hear the living voices of his friends. In the long run, these frustrate visits, these empty letters, made his waiting the more dismal, because they suggested that perhaps he was wrong in his nightly visions, perhaps the world outside was not so loving and eager and adventurous as he remembered it, but only dreary as his cell. He had little known Karl Pascal, yet now the argumentative Marxian was his nearest friend, his one amusing consolation. Karl could and did prove that the trouble with leaky valves, sour cow pastures, the teaching of calculus, and all novels was their failure to be guided by the writings of Lenin. In his new friendship, Doremus was old-maidishly agitated lest Karl be taken out and shot, the recognition usually given to communists. He discovered that he need not worry. Karl had been in jail before. He was the trained agitator for whom Doremus had longed in new underground days. He had ferreted out so many scandals about the financial and sexual shenanigans of every one of the guards that they were afraid that even while he was being shot, he might tattle to the firing squad. They were much more anxious for his good opinion than for that of Captain Cowlick, and they timidly brought him little presents of chewing tobacco and Canadian newspapers, as though they were school children honeying up to teacher. When Arostili was transferred from night patrols in Fort Beulah to the position of guard at Trianon, a reward for having given to Shad Ledges certain information about R.C. Crowley which cost that banker hundreds of dollars, Ross, that slinker, that able snooper, jumped at the sight of Karl and began to look pious and kind. He had known Karl before. Despite the presence of Stoit, ensign of guards, an ex-cashier who had once enjoyed shooting dogs and who now, in the blessed escape of corporism, enjoyed lashing human beings, the camp at Trianon was not so cruel as the district prison at Hanover. But from the dirty window of his cell Doremus saw horrors enough. One mid-morning, a radiant September morning with the air already savoring the peace of autumn, he saw the firing squad marching out his cousin, Henry Veeder, who had recently tried to escape. Henry had been a granite monolith of a man. He had walked like a soldier. He had, in his cell, been proud of shaving every morning, as once he had done, with a tin basin of water heated on the stove, in the kitchen of his old white house up on Mount Terror. Now he stooped, and toward death he walked with dragging feet. His face of a Roman senator was smeared from the cow dung into which they had flung him for his last slumber. As they tramped out through the quadrangle gate, Ensign Stoit, commanding the squad, halted Henry, laughed at him, and calmly kicked him in the groin. They lifted him up. 3 minutes later Doremus heard a ripple of shots. 3 minutes after that the squad came back bearing on an old door a twisted clay figure with vacant open eyes. Then Doremus cried aloud. As the bearers slanted the stretcher, the figure rolled to the ground. But one thing worse he was to see through the accursed window. The guards drove in, as new prisoners, Julian Falk, in torn uniform, and Julian's grandfather, so fragile, so silvery, so bewildered and terrified in his mudded clericals. He saw them kicked across the quadrangle into a building once devoted to instruction in dancing and the more delicate airs for the piano, devoted now to the torture room and the solitary cells. Not for 2 weeks, 2 weeks of waiting that was like ceaseless ache, did he have a chance, at exercise hour, to speak for a moment to Julian, who muttered, "They caught me writing some inside dope about Graft." It was to have gone to Sissy. Thank God, nothing on it to show who it was for. Julian had passed on. but Doremus had had time to see that his eyes were hopeless, and that his neat, smallish, clerical face was blue-black with bruises. The administration decided that Julian, the first spy among the MMS who had been caught in the Fort Beulah region, was too good a subject of sport to be wastefully shot at once. He should be kept for an example. Often Doremus saw the guards kick him across the quadrangle to the whipping room and imagined that he could hear Julian's shrieks afterward. He wasn't even kept in a punishment cell, but in an open barred den on an ordinary corridor, so that passing inmates could peep in and see him, welts across his naked back, huddled on the floor, whimpering like a beaten dog. And Doremus had sight of Julian's grandfather sneaking across the quadrangle, stealing a soggy hunk of bread from a garbage can, and fiercely chewing at it. All through September Doremus worried lest Sissy, with Julian now gone from Fort Beulah, be raped by Shad Lejew. Shad would leer the while, and gloat over his ascent from hired man to irresistible master. Despite his anguish over the Falks and Henry Veeder and every uncouthest comrade in prison, Doremus was almost recovered from his beatings by late September. He began delightedly to believe that he would live for another 10 years, was slightly ashamed of his delight, in the presence of so much agony, but he felt like a young man and straightway Ensign Stoit was there, yanking Doremus out of his bunk, pulling him to his feet, knocking him down again with so violent a crack in his mouth that Doremus instantly sank again into all his trembling fear, all his inhuman groveling. He was dragged into Captain Cowlick's office. The captain was courtly. "Mr. Jessup, we have information that you were connected with squad leader Julian Falk's treachery. He has, well, to be frank, he's broken down and confessed. Now you yourself are in no danger whatever, of further punishment, if you will just help us. But we really must make a warning of young Mr. Falk, and so if you will tell us all you know about the boy's shocking infidelity to the colors, we shall hold it in your favor. How would you like to have a nice bedroom to sleep in, all by yourself?" A quarter hour later Doremus was still swearing that he knew nothing whatever of any subversive activities on the part of Julian. Captain Cowlick said, rather testily, "Well, since you refuse to respond to our generosity, I must leave you to Ensign Stoit, I'm afraid. Be gentle with him, Ensign." "Yes, sir," said the ensign. The captain wearily trotted out of the room and Stoit did indeed speak with gentleness, which was a surprise to Doremus, because in the room were two of the guards to whom Stoit liked to show off. "Jessup, you're a man of intelligence. No use you're trying to protect this boy, Falk, because we've got enough on him to execute him anyway. So it won't be hurting him any if you give us a few more details about his treason. And you'll be doing yourself a good turn." Doremus said nothing. "Going to talk?" Doremus shook his head. "All right, then. Tillet." "Yes, sir." "Bring in the guy that squealed on Jessup." Doremus expected the guard to fetch Julian, but it was Julian's grandfather who wavered into the room. In the camp quadrangle Doremus had often seen him trying to preserve the dignity of his frock coat by rubbing at the spots with a wet rag, but in the cells there were no hooks for clothes, and the priestly garment Mr. Falk was a poor man and it had not been very expensive at best was grotesquely wrinkled now. He was blinking with sleepiness, and his silver hair was a hurrah's nest. Stoit said cheerfully to the two elders, "Well, now, you boys better stop being naughty and try to get some sense into your mildewed old brains, and then we can all have some decent sleep. Why don't you two try to be honest, now that you've each confessed that the other was a traitor?" "What?" marveled Doremus. "Sure. Old Falk here says you carried his grandson's pieces to the Vermont Vigilance. Come on, now, if you'll tell us who published that rag I have confessed nothing." "I have nothing to confess," said Mr. Falk. Stoit screamed, "Will you shut up? You old hypocrite!" Stoit knocked him to the floor, and as Mr. Falk weaved dizzily on hands and knees, kicked him in the side with a heavy boot. The other two guards were holding back the sputtering Doremus. Stoit jeered at Mr. Falk, "Well, You old bastard, you're on your knees, so let's hear you pray. I shall. In agony Mr. Falk raised his head, dust smeared from the floor, straightened his shoulders, held up trembling hands, and with such sweetness in his voice as Doremus had once heard in it when men were human, he cried, Father, thou hast forgiven so long. Forgive them not but curse them, for they know what they do. He tumbled forward, and Doremus knew that he would never hear that voice again. In La Voix littéraire of Paris, the celebrated and genial professor of belles lettres, Guillaume Semet, wrote with his accustomed sympathy. I do not pretend to any knowledge of politics, and probably what I saw on my fourth journey to the States United this summer of 1938 was mostly on the surface and cannot be considered a profound analysis of the effects of corporatism, but I assure you that I have never before seen that nation so great, our young and gigantic cousin in the West, in such bounding health and good spirits. I leave it to my economic confreres to explain such dull phenomena as wage scales, and tell only what I saw, which is that the innumerable parades and vast athletic conferences of the Minutemen and the lads and lassies of the Corpo youth movement exhibited such rosy, contented faces, such undeviating enthusiasm for their hero, the chief, M. Winthrop, that involuntarily I exclaimed, here is a whole nation dipped in the river of youth. Everywhere in the country was such feverish rebuilding of public edifices and apartment houses for the poor as has never hitherto been known. In Washington, my old colleague, MLE Secretary Macablin, was so good as to cry, in that virile yet cultivated manner of his which is so well known, our enemies maintain that our labor camps are virtual slavery. Come, my old one. You shall see for yourself. He conducted me by one of the marvelously speedy American automobiles to such a camp, near Washington, and having the workers assembled, he put to them frankly, Are you low in the heart? As one man they chorused, No, with a spirit like our own brave soldiers on the ramparts of Verdun. During the full hour we spent there, I was permitted to roam at will, asking such questions as I cared to, through the offices of the interpreter kindly furnished by His Excellency, MLE Dr. Macablin, and every worker whom I thus approached assured me that never has he been so well fed, so tenderly treated, and so assisted to find an almost poetic interest in his chosen work as in this labor camp, this scientific cooperation for the well-being of all. With a certain temerity I ventured to demand of M. Macablin what truth was there in the reports so shamefully circulated that in the concentration camps the opponents of corporatism are ill-fed and harshly treated. M. Macablin explained to me that there are no such things as concentration camps, if that term is to carry any penological significance. They are, actually, schools, in which adults who have unfortunately been misled by the glib prophets of that milk and water religion, liberalism, are reconditioned to comprehend a new day of authoritative economic control. In such camps, he assured me, there are actually no guards, but only patient teachers, and men who were once utterly uncomprehending of corporatism, and therefore opposed to it, are now daily going forth as the most enthusiastic disciples of the chief. Alas that France and Great Britain should still be thrashing about in the slough of parliamentarianism and so-called democracy, daily sinking deeper into debt and paralysis of industry, because of the cowardice and traditionalism of our liberal leaders, feeble and outmoded men who are afraid to plump for either fascism or communism, who dare not or who are too power-hungry to cast off outmoded techniques, like the Germans, Americans, Italians, Turks, and other really courageous peoples, and place the sane and scientific control of the all-powerful totalitarian state in the hands of men of resolution. In October, John Polico, arrested on suspicion of having just possibly helped a refugee to escape, arrived in the Trianon camp, and the first words between him and his friend Karl Pascal were no inquiries about health, but a derisive interchange, as though they were continuing a conversation broken only half an hour before. Well, you old Bolshevik, I told you so. If you communists had joined with me and Norman Thomas to back Frank Roosevelt, we wouldn't be here now. Rats? Why, it's Thomas and Roosevelt that started fascism. I ask you. Now shut up, John, and listen, what was the New Deal but pure fascism? What they do to the worker? Look here. No, wait now, listen. Doremus felt at home again, and comforted though he did also feel that Foolish probably had more constructive economic wisdom than John Polico, Carl Pascal, Herbert Hoover, Buzz Windrop, Lee Saracen, and himself put together, or if not, Foolish had the sense to conceal his lack of wisdom by pretending that he could not speak English. Shad Lejew, back in his hotel suite, reflected that he was getting a dirty deal. He had been responsible for sending more traitors to concentration camps than any other county commissioner in the province, yet he had not been promoted. It was late, he was just back from a dinner given by Francis Tasbraw in honor of Provincial Commissioner Swan and a board consisting of Judge Philip Jessup, Director of Education Owen J. Peasley, and Brigadier Kippersley, who were investigating the ability of Vermont to pay more taxes. Shad felt discontented. All those damned snobs trying to show off. Talking at dinner about this bum show in New York, this first Corpo review, Callan Stalin, written by Lee Saracen and Hector Macablin. How those nuts had put on the agony about Corpo art, and drama freed from Jewish suggestiveness and the pure line of Anglo-Saxon sculpture, and even, by God, about corporate physics. Simply trying to show off. And they had paid no attention to Shad when he had told his funny story about the stuck-up preacher in Fort Beulah, one Falk, who had been so jealous because the MMS drilled on Sunday morning instead of going to his gospel shop that he had tried to get his grandson to make up lies about the MMS, and whom Shad had amusingly arrested right in his own church. Not paid one bit of attention to him, even though he had carefully read all through the Chief's 0 Hour so he could quote it, and though he had been careful to be refined in his table manners and to stick out his little finger when he drank from a glass. He was lonely. The fellows he had once best known, in pool room and barber shop, seemed frightened of him, now, and the dirty snobs like Tasbraw still ignored him. He was lonely for Sissy Jessup. Since her dad had been sent to Trianon, Shad didn't seem able to get her to come around to his rooms, even though he was the county commissioner and she was nothing now but the busted daughter of a criminal. And he was crazy about her. Why, he'd be almost willing to marry her, if he couldn't get her any other way. But when he had hinted as much or almost as much, she had just laughed at him, the dirty little snob. He had thought, when he was a hired man, that there was a lot more fun in being rich and famous. He didn't feel one bit different than he had then. Funny. 32. D. R. Lionel Adams, B.A. of Yale, Ph.D. of Chicago, Negro, had been a journalist, American consul in Africa and, at the time of Berzelius Windrop's election, professor of anthropology in Howard University. As with all his colleagues, his professorship was taken over by a most worthy and needy white man, whose training in anthropology had been as photographer on one expedition to Yucatan. In the dissension between the Booker Washington School of Negroes who counseled patience in the new subjection of the Negroes to slavery, and the radicals who demanded that they join the communists and struggle for the economic freedom of all, white or black, Professor Adams took the mild, Fabian former position. He went over the country preaching to his people that they must be realistic, and make what future they could, not in some utopian fantasy but on the inescapable basis of the ban against them. Near Burlington, Vermont, there is a small colony of Negroes, truck farmers, gardeners, houseworkers, mostly descended from slaves who, before the Civil War, escaped to Canada by the Underground Railway conducted by such zealots as Truman Webb's grandfather, but who sufficiently loved the land of their forcible adoption to return to America after the war. From the colony had gone to the great cities young colored people who had been nurses, doctors, merchants, officials. This colony Professor Adams addressed, bidding the young colored rebels to seek improvement within their own souls rather than in mere social superiority. As he was in person unknown to this Burlington colony, Captain Oscar Lejew, nicknamed Shad, was summoned to censor the lecture. He sat hulked down in a chair at the back of the hall. Aside from addresses by officers, and moral inspiration by his teachers in grammar school, It was the first lecture he had ever heard in his life, and he didn't think much of it. He was irritated that this stuck-up nigger didn't spiel like the characters of Octavius Roy Cohen, one of Shad's favorite authors, but had the nerve to try to sling English just as good as Shad himself. It was more irritating that the loudmouth pup should look so much like a bronze statue, and finally, it was simply more than a guy could stand that the big bum should be wearing a tuxedo. So when Adams, as he called himself, claimed that there were good poets and teachers and even doctors and engineers among the niggers, which was plainly an effort to incite folks to rebellion against the government, Shad signaled his squad and arrested Adams in the midst of his lecture, addressing him, "You goddamn dirty, ignorant, stinking nigger. I'm going to shut your big mouth for you, for keeps." Dr. Adams was taken to the Trianon concentration camp. Ensign Stoit thought it would be a good joke on those fresh beggars Jessup and Pascal to lodge the nigger right in the same cell with them. But they actually seemed to like Adams, talked to him as though he were white and educated. So Stoit placed him in a solitary cell, where he could think over his crime in having bitten the hand that had fed him. The greatest single shock that ever came to the Trianon camp was in November, 1938, when there appeared among them, as the newest prisoner, Shad Lejew. It was he who was responsible for nearly half of them being there. The prisoners whispered that he had been arrested on charges by Francis Tasbraw, officially, for having grafted on shopkeepers, unofficially, for having failed to share enough of the graft with Tasbraw. But such cloudy causes were less discussed than the question of how they would murder Shad now they had him safe. All Minutemen who were under discipline, except only such Reds as Julian Falk, were privileged prisoners in the concentration camps. They were safeguarded against the common, i.e., criminal, i.e., political inmates, and most of them, once reformed, were returned to the ranks, with a greatly improved knowledge of how to flog malcontents. Shad was housed by himself in a single cell like a not-too-bad hall bedroom, and every evening he was permitted to spend 2 hours in the officers' mess room. The scum could not get at him, because his exercise hour was at a time different from theirs. Doremus begged the plotters against Shad to restrain themselves. "Good Lord, Doremus, do you mean that after the sure enough battles we've gone through you're still a bourgeois pacifist, that you still believe in the sanctity of a lump of hog meat like Lejew?" demanded Karl Pascal. "Well, yes, I do a little. I know that Shad came from a family of 12 underfed brats up on Mount Terror. Not much chance. But more important than that, I don't believe in individual assassination as an effective means of fighting despotism. The blood of the tyrants is the seed of the massacre, and are you taking a cue from me and quoting sound doctrine when it's the time for a little liquidation?" said Karl. "This one tyrant's going to lose a lot of blood." The Pascal whom Doremus had considered as, at his most violent, only a gas bag, looked at him with a stare in which all friendliness was frozen. Karl demanded of his cell-mates, a different set now than at Doremus's arrival, "Shall we get rid of this typhus germ, Lejew?" John Polico, Truman Webb, the surgeon, the carpenter, each of them nodded, slowly, without feeling. At exercise hour, the discipline of the men marching out to the quadrangle was broken when one prisoner stumbled, with a cry, knocked over another man, and loudly apologized just at the barred entrance of Shad Lejew's cell. The accident made a knot collect before the cell. Doremus, on the edge of it, saw Shad looking out, his wide face blank with fear. Someone, somehow, had lighted and thrown into Shad's cell a large wad of waste, soaked with gasoline. It caught the thin wallboard which divided Shad's cell from the next. The whole room looked presently like the fire box of a furnace. Shad was screaming, as he beat at his sleeves, his shoulders. Doremus remembered the scream of a horse clawed by wolves in the far north. When they got Shad out, he was dead. He had no face at all. Captain Cowlick was deposed as superintendent of the camp, and vanished to the insignificance whence he had come. He was succeeded by Shad's friend, the belligerent Snake Tisra, now a battalion leader. his first executive act was to have all the 200 inmates drawn up in the quadrangle and to announce, "I'm not going to tell you guys anything about how I'm going to feed you or sleep you till I've finished putting the fear of God into every one of you murderers." There were offers of complete pardon for anyone who would betray the man who had thrown the burning waste into Shad's cell. It was followed by enthusiastic private offers from the prisoners that anyone who did thus tattle would not live to get out. So, as Doremus had guessed, they all suffered more than Shad's death had been worth, and to him, thinking of Sissy, thinking of Shad's testimony at Hanover, it had been worth a great deal, it had been very precious and lovely. A court of special inquiry was convened, with Provincial Commissioner Effingham Swan himself presiding. 10 prisoners, 1 out of every 20 in the camp, were chosen by lot and shot summarily. Among them was Professor Victor Loveland, who, for all his rags and scars, was neatly academic to the last, with his eyeglasses and his slick tow-colored hair parted in the middle as he looked at the firing squad. Suspects like Julian Falk were beaten more often, kept longer in those cells in which one could not stand, sit, nor lie. Then, for 2 weeks in December, all visitors and all letters were forbidden, and newly arrived prisoners were shut off by themselves, and the cell mates, like boys in a dormitory, would sit up till midnight in whispered discussion as to whether this was more vengeance by Snake Tisra, or whether something was happening in the world outside that was too disturbing for the prisoners to know. 33. W. Hen the Falks and John Polico had been arrested and had joined her father in prison, when such more timid rebels as Mungo Kit Eric and Harry Kinderman had been scared away from new underground activities. Mary Greenhill had to take over the control of the Fort Beulah cell, with only Sissy, Father Perfeeks, Dr. Olmsted and his driver, and half a dozen other agents left, and control it she did, with angry devotion and not too much sense. All she could do was to help in the escape of refugees and to forward such minor anti-corpo news items as she could discover, with Julian gone. The demon that had grown within her ever since her husband had been executed now became a great tumor, and Mary was furious at inaction. Quite gravely she talked about assassinations, and long before the day of Mary Greenhill, daughter of Doremus, gold-armored tyrants in towers had trembled at the menace of young widows in villages among the dark hills. She wanted, first, to kill Shad Leju, who had probably done the actual shooting of her husband. But in this small place it might hurt her family even more than they had been hurt. She humorlessly suggested, before Shad was arrested and murdered, that it would be a pretty piece of espionage for Sissy to go and live with him. The once flippant Sissy, so thin and quiet ever since her Julian had been taken away, was certain that Mary had gone mad, and at night was terrified. She remembered how Mary, in the days when she had been a crystal hard, crystal bright sportswoman, had with her riding crop beaten a farmer who had tortured a dog. Mary was fed up with the cautiousness of Dr. Olmsted and Father Perfeeks, men who rather liked a vague state called freedom but did not overmuch care for being lynched. She stormed at them. Call themselves men? Why didn't they go out and do something? At home, she was irritated by her mother, who lamented hardly more about Doremus's jailing than she did about the beloved little tables that had been smashed during his arrest. It was equally the blasts about the greatness of the new provincial commissioner, Effingham Swan, in the Corpo Press and memoranda in the secret NU reports about his quick death verdicts against prisoners that made her decide to kill this dignitary. Even more than Shad, she blamed him for Fowler's fate. She thought it out quite calmly. That was the sort of thinking that the corpus were encouraging among decent homebody women by their program for revitalizing national American pride. Except with babies accompanying mothers, 2 visitors together were forbidden in the concentration camps. So, when Mary saw Doremus and, in another camp, Buck Titus, in early October, she could only murmur, in almost the same words to each of them, "Listen. When I leave you I'll hold up David, but, heavens, what a husky lump he's become, at the gate, so you can see him. If anything should ever happen to me, if I should get sick or something, when you get out you'll take care of David, won't you, won't you?" She was trying to be matter of fact, that they might not worry. She was not succeeding very well. So she drew out, from the small fund which her father had established for her after Fowler's death, enough money for a couple of months, executed a power of attorney by which either her mother or her sister could draw the rest, casually kissed David and Emma and Sissy goodbye, and chatty and gay as she took the train went off to Albany, capital of the northeastern province. The story was that she needed a change and was going to stay near Albany with Fowler's married sister. She did actually stay with her sister-in-law long enough to get her bearings. 2 days after her arrival, she went to the New Albany training field of the Corpo Women's Flying Corps and enlisted for lessons in aviation and bombing. When the inevitable war should come, when the government should decide whether it was Canada, Mexico, Russia, Cuba, Japan, or perhaps Staten Island that was menacing her borders, and proceed to defend itself outwards, then the best women flyers of the Corps were to have commissions in an official army auxiliary. The old-fashioned rights granted to women by the liberals might be taken from them, but never had they had more right to die in battle. While she was learning, she wrote to her family reassuringly, mostly postcards to David, bidding him mind whatever his grandmother said. She lived in a lively boarding house, filled with officers who knew all about and talked a little about the frequent inspection trips of Commissioner Swan, by aeroplane. She was complimented by quite a number of insulting proposals there. She had driven a car ever since she had been 15, in Boston traffic, across the Quebec plains, on rocky hill roads in a blizzard. She had made repairs at midnight, and she had an accurate eye, nerves trained outdoors, and the resolute steadiness of a madman evading notice while he plots death. After 10 hours of instruction, by an aviator who thought the air was as good a place as any to make love in and who could never understand why Mary laughed at him, she made her first solo flight, with an admirable landing. The instructor said that she had no fear, that the one thing she needed for mastery was a little fear. Meantime she was an obedient student in classes in bombing, a branch of culture daily more propagated by the corpus. She was particularly interested in the Mills hand grenade. You pulled out the safety pin, holding the lever against the grenade with your fingers, and tossed. 5 seconds after the lever was thus loosened, the grenade exploded and killed a lot of people. It had never been used from planes, but it might be worth trying, thought Mary. Officers told her that Swan, when a mob of steel workers had been kicked out of a plant and started rioting, had taken command of the peace officers, and himself hurled such a grenade. It had killed 2 women and a baby. Mary took her 6th solo flight on a November morning, gray and quiet under snow clouds. She had never been very talkative with the ground crew, but this morning she said it excited her to think she could leave the ground like a regular angel and shoot up and hang around that unknown wilderness of clouds. She patted a strut of her machine, a high-wing Leonard monoplane with open cockpit, a new and very fast military machine, meant for both pursuit and quick jobs of bombing, quick jobs of slaughtering a few hundred troops in close formation. At the field, as she had been informed he would, District Commissioner Effingham Swan was boarding his big official cabin plane for a flight, presumably into New England. He was tall, a distinguished, military-looking, polo-suggesting dignitary in masterfully simple blue serge with just a light flying helmet. A dozen yes-men buzzed about him: secretaries, bodyguards, a chauffeur, a couple of county commissioners, educational directors, labor directors, their hats in their hands, their smiles on their faces, their souls wriggling with gratitude to him for permitting them to exist. He snapped at them a good deal and bustled. As he mounted the steps to the cabin, a messenger on a tremendous motorcycle blared up with the last telegrams. There seemed to be 100 of the yellow envelopes, Mary marveled. He tossed them to the secretary, who was humbly creeping after him. The door of the vice-regal coach closed on the commissioner, the secretary, and 2 bodyguards lumpy with guns. It was said that in his plane Swan had a desk that had belonged to Hitler, and before him to Murat. To Mary, who had just lifted herself up into the cockpit, a mechanic cried, admiringly pointing after Swan's plane as it lurched forward, "Gee, What a grand guy that is, Boss Swan. I hear where he's flying down to Washington to chin with the chief this morning. Gee, think of it, with the chief. Wouldn't it be awful if somebody took a shot at Mr. Swan and the chief? Might change all history, Mary shouted down. No chance of that. See those guards of his? Say, they could stand off a whole regiment. They could lick Walt Trowbridge and all the other communists put together. I guess that's so. Nothing but God shooting down from heaven could reach Mr. Swan. Ha, ha. That's good. But couple days ago I heard where a fellow was saying he figured out God had gone to sleep. Maybe it's time for him to wake up, said Mary, and raised her hand. Her plane had a top of 285 miles an hour. Swan's golden chariot had but 230. She was presently flying above and a little behind him. His cabin plane, which had seemed huge as the Queen Mary when she had looked up at its wing spread on the ground, now seemed small as a white dove, wavering above the patchy linoleum that was the ground. She drew from the pockets of her flying jacket the 3 Mills hand grenades she had managed to steal from the school yesterday afternoon. She had not been able to get away with any heavier bomb. As she looked at them, for the first time she shuddered. She became a thing of warmer blood than a mere attachment to the plane, mechanical as the engine. Better get it over before I go ladylike, she sighed, and dived at the cabin plane. No doubt her coming was unwelcome. Neither Death nor Mary Greenhill had made a formal engagement with Effingham Swan that morning, neither had telephoned, nor bargained with irritable secretaries, nor been neatly typed down on the great lord's schedule for his last day of life. In his dozen offices, in his marble home, in council hall and royal reviewing stand, his most precious excellence was guarded with steel. He could not be approached by vulgarians like Mary Greenhill save in the air, where emperor and vulgarian alike are upheld only by toy wings and by the grace of God. 3 times Mary maneuvered above his plane and dropped a grenade. Each time it missed. The cabin plane was descending to land, and the guards were shooting up at her. Oh well, she said, and dived bluntly at a bright metal wing. In her last 10 seconds she thought how much the wing looked like the zinc washboard which, as a girl, she had seen used by Mrs. Candy's predecessor. Now what was her name, Mamie or something? And she wished she had spent more time with David the last few months. And she noticed that the cabin plane seemed rather rushing up at her than she down at it. The crash was appalling. It came just as she was patting her parachute and rising to leap out too late. All she saw was an insane whirligig of smashed wings and huge engines that seemed to have been hurled up into her face. 34. S. Speaking of Julian before he was arrested, probably the new underground headquarters in Montreal found no unusual value in his reports on grafting and cruelty and plans for apprehending NU agitators. Still, he had been able to warn 4 or 5 suspects to escape to Canada. He had had to assist in several floggings. He trembled so that the others laughed at him, and he made his blows suspiciously light. He was set on being promoted to district headquarters in Hanover, and for it he studied typing and shorthand in his free time. He had a beautiful plan of going to that old family friend, Commissioner Francis Tasbraw, declaring that he wanted by his own noble qualities to make up to the divine government for his father's disloyalty, and of getting himself made Tasbraw's secretary. If he could just peep at Tasbraw's private files, then there would be something juicy for Montreal. Sissy and he discussed it exultantly in their leafy rendezvous. For a whole half hour she was able to forget her father and Buck in prison, and what seemed to her something like madness in Mary's increasing restlessness. Just at the end of September she saw Julian suddenly arrested. She was watching a review of MMS on the green. She might theoretically detest the blue uniform as being all that Walt Trowbridge called it, the old-time emblem of heroism and the battle for freedom, sacrilegiously turned by Winthrop and his gang into a symbol of everything that is cruel, tyrannical, and false, but it did not dampen her pride in Julian to see him trim and shiny, and officially set apart as a squad leader commanding his minor army of 10. While the company stood at rest, County Commissioner Shadleja dashed up in a large car, sprang up, strode to Julian, bellowed, this man is a traitor," tore the steering wheel from Julian's collar, struck him in the face, and turned him over to his private gunman, while Julian's mates groaned, guffawed, hissed, and yelped. She was not allowed to see Julian at Trianon. She could learn nothing save that he had not yet been executed. When Mary was killed, and buried as a military heroine, Philip came bumbling up from his Massachusetts judicial circuit. He shook his head a great deal and pursed his lips. "I swear," he said to Emma and Sissy, though actually he did nothing so wholesome and natural as to swear, "I swear I'm almost tempted to think, sometimes, that both father and Mary have, or shall I say had, a touch of madness in them. There must be, terrible though it is to say it, but we must face facts in these true blues days, but I honestly think, sometimes, there must be a strain of madness somewhere in our family. Thank God I have escaped it. If I have no other virtues, at least I am certainly sane. Even if that may have caused the pater to think I was nothing but mediocre. And of course you are entirely free from it, mater. It's you that must watch yourself, Cecilia. I hate to say it, Cecilia, but I've often thought you had a dangerous tendency to be thoughtless and selfish. Now mater, as you know, I'm a very busy man, and I simply can't take a lot of time arguing and discussing, but it seems best to me, and I think I can almost say that it seems wise to Marilla, also, that, now that Mary has passed on, you should just close up this big house, or much better, try to rent it, as long as the poor pater is up, as long as he's away. I don't pretend to have as big a place as this, but it's ever so much more modern, with gas furnace and up-to-date plumbing and all, and I have one of the first television sets in Rose Lane. I hope it won't hurt your feelings, and as you know, whatever people may say about me, certainly I'm one of the first to believe in keeping up the old traditions, just as poor dear old EFF Swan was, but at the same time, it seems to me that the old home here is a little on the dreary and old-fashioned side. Of course I never could persuade the pater to bring it up to date, but anyway, I want Davy and you to come live with us in Worcester, immediately. As for you, Sissy, you will of course understand that you are entirely welcome, but perhaps you would prefer to do something livelier, such as joining the Women's Corpo Auxiliary. He was, Sissy raged, so damned kind to everybody. She couldn't even stir herself to insult him much. She earnestly desired to, when she found that he had brought David an uniform, and when David put it on and paraded about shouting, like most of the boys he played with, "Hail Winthrop." She telephoned to Lorinda Pike at Beecher Falls and was able to tell Philip that she was going to help Lorinda in the tea room. Emma and David went off to Worcester at the last moment. At the station, Emma decided to be pretty teary about it, though David begged her to remember that they had Uncle Philip's word for it that Worcester was just the same as Boston, London, Hollywood, and a Wild West ranch put together. Sissy stayed to get the house rented. Mrs. Candy, who was going to open her bakery now and who never did inform the impractical Sissy whether or no she was being paid for these last weeks, made for Sissy all the foreign dishes that only Sissy and Doremus cared for, and they not uncheerfully dined together, in the kitchen. So it was Shad's time to swoop. He came blusteringly calling on her, in November. Never had she hated him quite so much, yet never so much feared him, because of what he might do to her father and Julian and Buck and the others in concentration camps. He grunted, "Well, your boyfriend Jule, that thought he was so cute, the poor heel, we got all the dope on his double-crossing us, all right? He'll never bother you again. He's not so bad. Let's forget him. Shall I play you something on the piano?" "Sure. Shoot. I always did like high-class music," said the refined commissioner, lolling on a couch, putting his heels up on a damask chair, in the room where once he had cleaned the fireplace. If it was his serious purpose to discourage Sissy in regard to that anti-corpo institution, the dictatorship of the proletariat, he was succeeding even better than Judge Philip Jessup. Sir William Gilbert would have said of Shad that he was so very, very proletarian. She had played for but 5 minutes when he forgot that he was now refined, and bawled, "Oh, cut out the highbrow stuff and come on and sit down." She stayed on the piano stool. Just what would she do if Shad became violent? There was no Julian to appear melodramatically at the nick of time and rescue her. Then she remembered Mrs. Candy, in the kitchen, and was content. "What the heck you snickerin' at?" said Shad. Oh, I was just thinking about that story you told me about how Mr. Falk bleated when you arrested him. Yeah, that was comical. Old Reverend certainly blatted like a goat. He was yawning. "Well, sis, old kid, how about you and me taking a little trip to New York in a couple weeks? See some high life. I'll get you the best suit in the best hotel in town, and we'll take in some shows. I hear this Callan Stalin is a hot number, real corpo art, and I'll buy you some honest-to-God champagne wine. And then if we find we like each other enough, I'm willing for us, if you are, to get hitched. But, Shad, we could never live on your salary. I mean of course the corpus ought to pay you better, even better than they do. Listen, baby. I ain't going to have to get along on any miserable county commissioner's salary the rest of my life. Believe me, I'm going to be a millionaire before very long." Then he told her precisely the sort of discreditable secret for which she had so long fished in vain. Perhaps it was because he was sober. Shad, when drunk, reversed all the rules and became more peasant-like and cautious with each drink. He had a plan. That plan was as brutal and as infeasible as any plan of Shad Ledger for making large money would be. Its essence was that he should avoid manual labor and should make as many persons miserable as possible. It was like his plan, when he was still a hired man, to become wealthy by breeding dogs, first stealing the dogs and, preferably, the kennels. As county commissioner he had not merely, as was the corpo custom, been bribed by the shopkeepers and professional men for protection against the MMS. He had actually gone into partnership with them, promising them larger orders, and, he boasted, he had secret contracts with these merchants all written down and signed and tucked away in his office safe. Sissy got rid of him that evening by being difficult, while letting him assume that the conquest of her would not take more than 3 or 4 more days. She cried furiously after he had gone in the comforting presence of Mrs. Candy, who first put away a butcher knife with which, Sissy suspected, she had been standing ready all evening. Next morning Sissy drove to Hanover and shamelessly tattled to Francis Tasbra about the interesting documents Shad had in his safe. She did not ever see Shad Ledger again. She was very sick about his being killed. She was very sick about all killing. She found no heroism but only barbaric bestiality in having to kill so that one might so far live as to be halfway honest and kind and secure. But she knew that she would be willing to do it again. The Jessup house was magniloquently rented by that noble Roman, that political belch, ex-Governor Isham Hubbard, who, being tired of again trying to make a living by peddling real estate and criminal law, was pleased to accept the appointment as successor to Shad Ledger. Sissy hastened to Beecher Falls and to Lorinda Pike. Father Perfex took charge of the NU cell, merely saying, as he had said daily since Buzz Windrop had been inaugurated, that he was fed up with the whole business and was immediately going back to Canada. In fact, on his desk he had a Canadian timetable. It was now 2 years old. Sissy was in too snappish a state to stand being mothered, being fattened and sobbed over and brightly sent to bed. Mrs. Candy had done only too much of that. And Philip had given her all the parental advice she could endure for a while. It was a relief when Lorinda received her as an adult, as one too sensible to insult by pity received her, in fact, with as much respect as if she were an enemy and not a friend. After dinner, in Lorinda's new tea room, in an aged house which was now empty of guests for the winter except for the constant infestation of whimpering refugees, Lorinda, knitting, made her first mention of the dead Mary. "I suppose your sister did intend to kill Swan, eh?" "I don't know. The corpus didn't seem to think so. They gave her a big military funeral. Well, of course, they don't much care to have assassinations talked about and maybe sort of become a general habit. I agree with your father. I think that, in many cases, assassinations are really rather unfortunate. A mistake in tactics. No. Not good. Oh, by the way, Sissy, I think I'm going to get your father out of concentration camp. What? Lorinda had none of the matrimonial moans of Emma, she was as businesslike as ordering eggs. Yes. I tried everything. I went to see Tasbra, and that educational fellow, Peasley. Nothing doing. They want to keep Doremus in. But that rat, Arostili, is at Trianon as guard now. I'm bribing him to help your father escape. We'll have the man here for Christmas, only kind of late, and sneak him into Canada. Oh, said Sissy. A few days afterward, reading a coded new underground telegram which apparently dealt with the delivery of furniture, Lorinda shrieked, Sissy. All you know what has busted loose? In Washington. Lee Saracen has deposed Buzz Windrop and grabbed the dictatorship. Oh, said Sissy. 35. And his 2 years of dictatorship, Berzelius Windrop daily became more a miser of power. He continued to tell himself that his main ambition was to make all citizens healthy, in purse and mind, and that if he was brutal it was only toward fools and reactionaries who wanted the old clumsy systems. But after 18 months of presidency he was angry that Mexico and Canada and South America should curtly answer his curt diplomatic notes and show no helpfulness about becoming part of his inevitable empire. And daily he wanted louder, more convincing yes from everybody about him. How could he carry on his heartbreaking labor if nobody ever encouraged him? He demanded. Anyone, from Saracen to inter-office messenger, who did not play valet to his ego he suspected of plotting against him. He constantly increased his bodyguard, and as constantly distrusted all his guards and discharged them, and once took a shot at a couple of them, so that in all the world he had no companion save his old aide Lee Saracen, and perhaps Hector Macablin, to whom he could talk easily. He felt lonely in the hours when he wanted to shuck off the duties of despotism along with his shoes and his fine new coat. He no longer went out racketing. His cabinet begged him not to clown in barrooms and lodge entertainments, it was not dignified, and it was dangerous to be too near to strangers. So he played poker with his bodyguard, late at night, and at such times drank too much, and he cursed them and glared with bulging eyes whenever he lost, which, for all the goodwill of his guards about letting him win, had to be often, because he pinched their salaries badly and locked up the spoons. He had become as unbouncing and unbuzzing a buzz as might be, and he did not know it. All the while he loved the people just as much as he feared and detested persons, and he planned to do something historic. Certainly. He would give each family that $5,000 a year just as soon now as he could arrange it. And Lee Saracen, forever making his careful lists, as patient at his desk as he was pleasure-hungry on the couch at midnight parties, was beguiling officials to consider him their real lord and the master of corporatism. He kept his promises to them, while Windrop always forgot. His office door became the door of ambition. In Washington, the reporters privily spoke of this assistant secretary and that general as Saracen men. His clique was not a government within a government, it was the government itself, minus the megaphones. He had the secretary of corporations coming to him secretly every evening, to report on labor politics and in especial on such proletarian leaders as were dissatisfied with Windrop as chief, i.e., with their own share in the swag. He had from the Secretary of the Treasury confidential reports on the affairs of those large employers who, since under corporatism it was usually possible for a millionaire to persuade the judges in the labor arbitration courts to look at things reasonably, rejoiced that with strikes outlawed and employers regarded as state officials, they would now be in secure power forever. Saracen knew the quiet ways in which these reinforced industrial barons used arrests by the MMS to get rid of troublemakers, particularly of Jewish radicals, a Jewish radical being a Jew with nobody working for him. The allegiance of all such Negroes as had the sense to be content with safety and good pay instead of ridiculous yearnings for personal integrity Saracen got by being photographed shaking hands with the celebrated Negro fundamentalist clergyman, the Reverend Dr. Alexander Nibbs, and through the highly publicized Saracen prizes for the Negroes with the largest families, the fastest time in floor scrubbing, and the longest periods of work without taking a vacation. No danger of our good friends, the Negroes, turning red when they're encouraged like that, Saracen announced to the newspapers. It was a satisfaction to Saracen that in Germany, all military bands were now playing his national song, Buzz and Buzz, along with the Horst Wessel hymn, for, though he had not exactly written the music as well as the words, the music was now being attributed to him abroad. As a bank clerk might, quite rationally, worry equally over the whereabouts of $100 million worth of the bank's bonds, and of 10 cents of his own lunch money, so Buzz Windrop worried equally over the welfare, that is, the obedience to himself, of 130-odd million American citizens, and the small matter of the moods of Lee Saracen, whose approval of him was the one real fame. The diabolic Hector McAblin frightened him, Secretary of War Lutheran Orne and Vice President Pearlie Beecroft he liked well enough, but they bored him. They smacked too much of his own small-town boyhood, to escape which he was willing to take the responsibilities of a nation. It was the incalculable Lee Saracen on whom he depended, and the Lee with whom he had gone fishing and boozing and once, even, murdering, who had seemed his own self made more sure and articulate, had thoughts now which he could not penetrate. Lee's smile was a veil, not a revelation. It was to discipline Lee, with the hope of bringing him back, that when Buzz replaced the amiable but clumsy Colonel Lutheran Orne as Secretary of War by Colonel Dewey Hike, Commissioner of the Northeastern Province, he also gave to Hike the position of High Marshal of the MMS, which Lee had held along with a dozen other offices. From Lee he expected an explosion, then repentance, and a new friendship. But Lee only said, "Very well, if you wish," and said it coldly. Just how could he get Lee to be a good boy and come play with him again? Wistfully wondered the man who now and then planned to be emperor of the world. He gave Lee $1,000 television set. Even more coldly did Lee thank him, and never spoke afterward of how well he might be receiving the still shaky television broadcasts on his beautiful new set. As Dewey Hike took hold, doubling efficiency in both the regular army and the Minutemen, Buzz began to wonder whether Hike might not be his new confidant. He really would hate to throw Lee into prison, but still, Lee was so thoughtless about hurting his feelings, when he'd gone and done so much for him and all. Buzz was confused. He was the more confused when Pearlie Beecroft came in and briefly said that he was sick of all this bloodshed and was going home to the farm, and as for his lofty vice-presidential office, Buzz knew what he could do with it. Were these vast national dissensions no different from squabbles in his father's drugstore? Fretted Buzz. He couldn't very well have Beecroft shot, it might cause criticism. But it was indecent, it was sacrilegious to annoy an emperor, and in his irritation he had an ex-senator and 12 workmen who were in concentration camps taken out and shot on the charge that they had told irreverent stories about him. Secretary of State Saracen was saying good night to President Windrop in the hotel suite where Windrop really lived. No newspaper had dared mention it, but Buzz was both bothered by the stateliness of the White House and frightened by the number of Reds and cranks and anti-corpus who, with the most commendable patience and ingenuity, tried to sneak into that historic mansion and murder him. Buzz merely left his wife there, for show, and, except at great receptions, never entered any part of the White House save the office annex. He liked this hotel suite, he was a sensible man, who preferred straight bourbon, codfish cakes, and deep leather chairs to burgundy, trout blue, and Louis Quinze. In this 12-room apartment, occupying the entire 10th floor of a small unnotorious hotel, he had for himself only a plain bedroom, a huge living room which looked like a combination of office and hotel lobby, a large liquor closet, another closet with 37 suits of clothes, and a bathroom with jars and jars of the pine-flavored bath salts which were his only cosmetic luxury. Buzz might come home in a suit dazzling as a horse blanket, one considered in Alfalfa Center a triumph of London tailoring, but, once safe, he liked to put on his red Morocco slippers that were down at the heel and display his red suspenders and baby blue sleeve garters. To feel correct in those decorations, he preferred the hotel atmosphere that, for so many years before he had ever seen the White House, had been as familiar to him as his ancestral corn cribs and main streets. The other 10 rooms of the suite, entirely shutting his own off from the corridors and elevators, were filled night and day with guards. To get through to Buzz in this intimate place of his own was very much like visiting a police station for the purpose of seeing a homicidal prisoner. "Hike seems to me to be doing a fine job in the War Department, Lee," said the president. "Of course, you know, if you ever want the job of High Marshal back, I'm quite satisfied," said the great Secretary of State. "What do you think of having Colonel Lutheran Orne back to help Hike out? He's pretty good on fool details." Saracen looked as nearly embarrassed as the self-satisfied Lee Saracen ever could look. "Why, I supposed you knew it. Lutheran Orne was liquidated in the purge 10 days ago." "Good God! Lutheran Orne killed? Why didn't I know it? It was thought better to keep it quiet. He was a pretty popular man. But dangerous. Always talking about Abraham Lincoln. So I just never know anything about what's going on. Why, even the newspaper clippings are pre-digested, by God, before I see 'em. It's thought better not to bother you with minor details, boss. You know that? Of course, if you feel I haven't organized your staff correctly on now, don't fly off the handle, Lee. I just meant, of course I know how hard you've tried to protect me so I could give all my brains to the higher problems of state. But Lutheran Orne, I kind of liked him. He always had quite a funny line when we played poker." Buzz Windrop felt lonely, as once a certain Shad Leju had felt, in a hotel suite that differed from Buzz's only in being smaller. To forget it, he bawled, very brightly, "Lee, do you ever wonder what'll happen in the future?" "Why, I think you and I may have mentioned it. But golly, just think of what might happen in the future, Lee. Think of it. Why, we may be able to pull off a North American kingdom." Buzz half meant it seriously, or perhaps quarter meant it. "How'd you like to be Duke of Georgia or Grand Duke, or whatever they call a grand exalted ruler of the Elks in this peerage business? And then how about an empire of North and South America after that? I might make you a king under me, then say something like King of Mexico. How'd you like that?" "Be very amusing," said Lee mechanically, as Lee always did say the same thing mechanically whenever Buzz repeated the same nonsense. "But you got to stick by me and not forget all I've done for you, Lee, don't forget that." "I never forget anything. By the way, we ought to liquidate, or at least imprison, Pearlie Beecroft, too. He's still technically Vice President of the United States, and if the lousy traitor managed some skullduggery so as to get you killed or deposed, he might be regarded by some narrow-minded literalists as president." "No, no, no. He's my friend, no matter what he says about me, the dirty dog," wailed Buzz. "All right. You're the boss. Good night," said Lee, and returned from this plumber's dream of paradise to his own gold and black and apricot silk bower in Georgetown, which he shared with several handsome young officers. They were savage soldiers, yet apt at music and at poetry. With them, he was not in the least passionless, as he seemed now to Buzz Windrop. He was either angry with his young friends, and then he whipped them, or he was in a paroxysm of apology to them, and caressed their wounds. Newspapermen who had once seemed to be his friends said that he had traded the green eyes hate for a wreath of violets. At cabinet meeting, late in 1938, Secretary of State Saracen revealed to the heads of the government disturbing news. Vice President Beecroft, and had he not told them the man should have been shot, had fled to Canada, renounced corporism, and joined Walt Trowbridge in plotting. There were bubbles from an almost boiling rebellion in the Middle West and Northwest, especially in Minnesota and the Dakotas, where agitators, some of them formerly of political influence, were demanding that their states secede from the Corpo Union and form a cooperative commonwealth of their own. Rats? Just a lot of irresponsible windbags, jeered President Winthrop. Why? I thought you were supposed to be the camera-eyed gink that kept up on everything that goes on, Lee. You forget that I myself, personally, made a special radio address to that particular section of the country last week. And I got a wonderful reaction. The Middle Westerners are absolutely loyal to me. They appreciate what I've been trying to do. Not answering him at all, Saracen demanded that, in order to bring and hold all elements in the country together by that useful patriotism which always appears upon threat of an outside attack, the government immediately arranged to be insulted and menaced in a well-planned series of deplorable incidents on the Mexican border, and declare war on Mexico as soon as America showed that it was getting hot and patriotic enough. Secretary of the Treasury Skittle and Attorney General Porkwood shook their heads, but Secretary of War Hike and Secretary of Education Macablin agreed with Saracen high-mindedly. Once, pointed out the learned Macablin, governments had merely let themselves slide into a war, thanking Providence for having provided a conflict as a febrifuge against internal discontent, but of course, in this age of deliberate, planned propaganda, a really modern government like theirs must figure out what brand of war they had to sell and plan the selling campaign consciously. Now, as for him, he would be willing to leave the whole setup to the advertising genius of Brother Saracen. No, 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 cried Winthrop. We're not ready for a war. Of course, we'll take Mexico someday. It's our destiny to control it and Christianize it. But I'm scared that your darn scheme might work just opposite to what you say. You put arms into the hands of too many irresponsible folks, and they might use 'em and turn against you and start a revolution and throw the whole darn gang of us out. No, no. I've often wondered if the whole Minutemen business, with their arms and training, may not be a mistake. That was your idea, Lee, not mine. Saracen spoke evenly. My dear Buzz, one day you thank me for originating that great crusade of citizen soldiers defending their homes as you love to call it on the radio, and the next day you almost ruin your clothes, you're so scared of them. Make up your mind one way or the other. Saracen walked out of the room, not bowing. Winthrop complained, I'm not going to stand for Lee's talking to me like that. Why, the dirty double-crosser, I made him. One of these days, he'll find a new Secretary of State around this joint. I suppose he thinks jobs like that grow on every tree. Maybe he'd like to be a bank president or something. I mean, maybe he'd like to be Emperor of England. President Winthrop, in his hotel bedroom, was awakened late at night by the voice of a guard in the outer room. Yeah, sure, let him pass, he's the Secretary of State. Nervously the president clicked on his bedside lamp. He had needed it lately, to read himself to sleep. In that limited glow he saw Lee Saracen, Dewey Hike, and Dr. Hector Macablin march to the side of his bed. Lee's thin sharp face was like flour. His deep-buried eyes were those of a sleepwalker. His skinny right hand held a Bowie knife which, as his hand deliberately rose, was lost in the dimness. Winthrop swiftly thought, sure would be hard to know where to buy a dagger in Washington, and Winthrop thought, all this is the doggonedest foolishness, just like a movie or one of these old history books when you were a kid, and Winthrop thought, all in that same flash, good God, I'm going to be killed. He cried out, Lee. You couldn't do that to me. Lee grunted, like one who has detected a bad smell. Then the Berzelius Winthrop who could, incredibly, become president really awoke. Lee. Do you remember the time when your old mother was so sick, and I gave you my last cent and loaned you my flivver so you could go see her, and I hitchhiked to my next meeting? Lee. Hell. I suppose so. General. Yes, answered Dewey Hike, not very pleasantly. I think we'll stick him on a destroyer or something and let him sneak off to France or England. The lousy coward seems afraid to die. Of course, we'll kill him if he ever does dare to come back to the States. Take him out and phone the Secretary of the Navy for a boat and get him on it, will you? Very well, sir, said Hike, even less pleasantly. It had been easy. The troops, who obeyed Hike, as Secretary of War, had occupied all of Washington. 10 days later Buzz Windrop was landed in Havre and went sighingly to Paris. It was his first view of Europe except for one 21-day Cook's tour. He was profoundly homesick for Chesterfield cigarettes, flapjacks, moonmoulins, and the sound of some real human being saying "yeah, what's bitten you," instead of this perpetual sappy "we." In Paris he remained, though he became the sort of minor hero of tragedy, like the ex-king of Greece, Kerensky, the Russian Grand Dukes, Jimmy Walker, and a few ex-presidents from South America and Cuba, who is delighted to accept invitations to drawing rooms where the champagne is good enough and one may have a chance of finding people, now and then, who will listen to one story and say "sir." At that, though, Buzz chuckled, he had kinda put it over on those crooks, for during his 2 sweet years of despotism he had sent $4 million abroad, to secret, safe accounts. And so Buzz Windrop passed into wobbly paragraphs in Recollections by Ex-Diplomatic Gentlemen with Monocles. In what remained of ex-President Windrop's life, everything was X. He was even so far forgotten that only 4 or 5 American students tried to shoot him. The more dulcetly they had once advised and flattered Buzz, the more ardently did most of his former followers, McCablin and Senator Porkwood and Dr. Almeric Trout and the rest, turn in loud allegiance to the new president, the Hon. Lee Saracen. He issued a proclamation that he had discovered that Windrop had been embezzling the people's money and plotting with Mexico to avoid war with that guilty country, and that he, Saracen, in quite alarming grief and reluctance, since he more than anyone else had been deceived by his supposed friend, Windrop, had yielded to the urging of the cabinet and taken over the presidency, instead of Vice President Beecroft, the exiled traitor. President Saracen immediately began appointing the fancier of his young officer friends to the most responsible offices in state and army. It amused him, seemingly, to shock people by making a pink-cheeked, moist-eyed boy of 25 commissioner of the federal district, which included Washington and Maryland. Was he not supreme, was he not semi-divine, like a Roman emperor? Could he not defy all the muddy mob that he had, for its weak shiftlessness, come to despise? Would that the American people had just one neck, he plagiarized, among his laughing boys. In the decorous White House of Coolidge and Harrison and Rutherford Burchard Hayes he had orgies with weaving limbs and garlands and wine in pretty fair imitations of Roman beakers. It was hard for imprisoned men like Doremus Jessup to believe it, but there were some tens of thousands of corpus, in the MMS, in civil service, in the army, and just in private ways, to whom Saracen's flippant regime was tragic. They were the idealists of corpoism, and there were plenty of them, along with the bullies and swindlers. They were the men and women who, in 1935 and 1936, had turned to Windrop & Co., not as perfect, but as the most probable saviors of the country from, on one hand, domination by Moscow and, on the other hand, the slack indolence, the lack of decent pride of half the American youth, whose world was composed of shiftless distaste for work and refusal to learn anything thoroughly, of blatting. Dance music on the radio, maniac automobiles, slobbering sexuality, the humor and art of comic strips of a slave psychology which was making America a land for sterner men to loot. General Emmanuel Kuhn was one of the Corpo idealists. Such men did not condone the murders under the Corpo regime. But they insisted, this is a revolution, and after all, when in all history has there been a revolution with so little bloodshed? They were aroused by the pageantry of corpoism, enormous demonstrations, with the red and black flags of flaunting magnificence like storm clouds. They were proud of new Corpo roads, hospitals, television stations, aeroplane lines. They were touched by processions of the Corpo youth, whose faces were exalted with pride in the myths of Corpo heroism and clean Spartan strength and the semi-divinity of the all-protecting father, President Windrop. They believed, they made themselves believe, that in Winthrop had come alive again the virtues of Andy Jackson and Farragut and Jeb Stuart, in place of the mob cheapness of the professional athletes who had been the only heroes of 1935. They planned, these idealists, to correct, as quickly as might be, the errors of brutality and crookedness among officials. They saw arising a corpo art, a corpo learning, profound and real, divested of the traditional snobbishness of the old-time universities, valiant with youth, and only the more beautiful in that it was useful. They were convinced that corpoism was communism cleansed of foreign domination and the violence and indignity of mob dictatorship, monarchism with the chosen hero of the people for monarch, fascism without grasping and selfish leaders, freedom with order and discipline, traditional America without its waste and provincial cockiness. Like all religious zealots, they had blessed capacity for blindness, and they were presently convinced that there were no more of blood-smeared cruelties in court and concentration camp, no restrictions of speech or thought. They believed that they never criticized the corpo regime not because they were censored, but because that sort of thing was, like obscenity, such awfully bad form. And these idealists were as shocked and bewildered by Saracen's coup d'état against Winthrop as was Mr. Berzelius Winthrop himself. The grim Secretary of War, Huyck, scolded at President Saracen for his influence on the nation, particularly on the troops. Lee laughed at him, but once he was sufficiently flattered by Huyck's tribute to his artistic powers to write a poem for him. It was a poem which was later to be sung by millions. It was, in fact, the most popular of the soldiers' ballads which were to spring automatically from anonymous soldier bards during the war between the United States and Mexico. Only, being as pious a believer in modern advertising as Saracen himself, the efficient Huyck wanted to encourage the spontaneous generation of these patriotic folk ballads by providing the automatic springing and the anonymous bard. He had as much foresight, as much prophetic engineering, as a motorcar manufacturer. Saracen was as eager for war with Mexico as Huyck, not only to give malcontents something outside the country to be cross about, but also to give himself a chance to be picturesque. He answered Huyck's request by writing a rollicking military chorus at a time while the country was still theoretically entirely friendly with Mexico. It went to the tune of Mademoiselle from Armentières or Armentières. If the Spanish in it was a little shaky, still, millions were later to understand that habla oo stood for habla usted, signifying parlez-vous. It ran thus, as it came from Saracen's purple but smoking typewriter. Señorita from Guadalupe. ¿Qué usted? Señorita, go roll your hoop. Or come to bed. Señorita from Guadalupe. If Padre sees us we're in the soup. Hinky, dinky, habla oo. Señorita from Monterrey. Savvy yank? Señorita, what's that you say? You're sweet, I tank. But señorita from Monterrey. You won't hablar when we hit the hay. Hinky, dinky, habla oo. Señorita from Mazatlan. Once we've met. You'll smile all over your cocky pen. You won't forget. 4 days you'll holler, oh, what a man. And you'll never marry a Mexican. Hinky, dinky, habla oo. If at times President Saracen seemed flippant, he was not at all so during his part in the scientific preparation for war, which consisted in rehearsing choruses in trolling out this ditty with well-trained spontaneity. His friend Hector Macablin, now Secretary of State, told Saracen that this manly chorus was one of his greatest creations. Macablin, though personally he did not join in Saracen's somewhat unusual midnight diversions, was amused by them, and he often told Saracen that he was the only original creative genius among this whole bunch of stuffed shirts, including Huyck. You want to watch that cuss Huyck, Lee, said Macablin. He's ambitious, he's a guerrilla, and he's a pious Puritan, and that's a triple combination I'm scared of. The troops like him. Rats. He has no attraction for them. He's just an accurate military bookkeeper, said Saracen. That night he had a party at which, for a novelty, rather shocking to his intimates, he actually had girls present, performing certain curious dances. The next morning Huyck rebuked him, and Saracen had a hangover was stormed at. That night, just a month after Saracen had usurped the presidency, Huyck struck. There was no melodramatic dagger and uplifted arm business about it, this time though Huyck did traditionally come late, for all fascists, like all drunkards, seemed to function most vigorously at night. Huyck marched into the White House with his picked storm troops, found President Saracen in violet silk pajamas among his friends, shot Saracen and most of his companions dead, and proclaimed himself president. Hector Macablin fled by aeroplane to Cuba, then on. When last seen, he was living high up in the mountains of Haiti, wearing only a singlet, dirty white drill trousers, grass sandals, and a long tan beard, very healthy and happy, occupying a one-room hut with a lovely native girl, practicing modern medicine and studying ancient voodoo. When Dewey Huyck became president, then America really did begin to suffer a little, and to long for the good old democratic, liberal days of Winthrop. Winthrop and Saracen had not minded mirth and dancing in the street so long as they could be suitably taxed. Huyck disliked such things on principle. Except, perhaps, that he was an atheist in theology, he was a strict Orthodox Christian. He was the first to tell the populace that they were not going to get any $5,000 a year but, instead, reap the profits of discipline and of the scientific totalitarian state not in mere paper figures but in vast dividends of pride, patriotism, and power. He kicked out of the army all officers who could not endure marching and going thirsty, and out of the civil branch all commissioners including one Francis Tasbra who had garnered riches too easily and too obviously. He treated the entire nation like a well-run plantation, on which the slaves were better fed than formerly, less often cheated by their overseers, and kept so busy that they had time only for work and for sleep, and thus fell rarely into the debilitating vices of laughter, song, complaint, or thinking. Under Huyck there were less floggings in posts and in concentration camps, for by his direction officers were not to waste time in the sport of beating persons, men, women, or children, who asserted that they didn't care to be slaves on even the best plantation, but just to shoot them out of hand. Huyck made such use of the clergy Protestant, Catholic, Jewish, and liberal agnostic as Winthrop and Saracen never had. While there were plenty of ministers who, like Mr. Falk and Father Stephen Perfex, like Cardinal Faulhaber and Pastor Nemo Eller in Germany, considered it some part of Christian duty to resent the enslavement and torture of their appointed flocks, there were also plenty of reverend celebrities, particularly large city pastors whose sermons were reported in the newspapers every Monday morning, to whom corporatism had given a chance to be noisily and lucratively patriotic. These were the chaplains at heart, who, if there was no war in which they could humbly help to purify and comfort the poor brave boys who were fighting, were glad to help provide such a war. These more practical shepherds, since like doctors and lawyers they were able to steal secrets out of the heart, became valued spies during the difficult months after February, 1939, when Huyck was working up war with Mexico. For even with an army of slaves, it was necessary to persuade them that they were freemen and fighters for the principle of freedom, or otherwise the scoundrels might cross over and join the enemy. So reigned the good King Huyck, and if there was anyone in all the land who was discontented, you never heard him speak not twice. And in the White House, where under Saracen shameless youths had danced, under the new reign of righteousness and the blackjack, Mrs. Huyck, a lady with eyeglasses and a smile of resolute cordiality, gave to the WCTU, the YWCA, and the Ladies' League Against Red Radicalism, and their inherently incidental husbands, a magnified and hand-colored Washington version of just such parties as she had once given in the Huyck bungalow in Eglantine, Oregon. 36. He ban on information at the Trianon camp had been raised, Mrs. Candy had come calling on Doremus complete with coconut layer cake and he had heard of Mary's death, the departure of Emma and Sissy, the end of Winthrop and Saracen. And none of it seemed in the least real, not half so real, and, except for the fact that he would never see Mary again, not half so important as the increasing number of lice and rats in their cell. During the ban, They had celebrated Christmas by laughing, not very cheerfully, at the Christmas tree Karl Pascal had contrived out of a spruce bough and tinfoil from cigarette packages. They had hummed Still Nack softly in the darkness, and Doremus had thought of all their comrades in political prisons in America, Europe, Japan, India. But Karl, apparently, thought of comrades only if they were saved, baptized communists. And, forced together as they were in a cell, the growing bitterness and orthodox piety of Karl became one of Doremus's most hateful woes, a tragedy to be blamed upon the corpus, or upon the principle of dictatorship in general, as savagely as the deaths of Mary and Dan Wilgus and Henry Veeder. Under persecution, Karl lost no ounce of his courage and his ingenuity in bamboozling the guards, but day by day he did steadily lose all his humor, his patience, his tolerance, his easy companionship, and everything else that made life endurable to men packed in a cell. The communism that had always been his King Charles's head, sometimes amusing, became a religious bigotry as hateful to Doremus as the old bigotries of the Inquisition or the fundamentalist Protestants, that attitude of slaughtering to save men's souls from which the Jessup family had escaped during these last 3 generations. It was impossible to get away from Karl's increasing zeal. He chattered on at night for an hour after all the other 5 had growled, "Oh, shut up. I want to sleep. You'll be making a corpo out of me." Sometimes, in his proselytizing, he conquered. When his cellmates had long enough cursed the camp guards, Karl would rebuke them, "You're a lot too simple when you explain everything by saying that the corpus, especially the MMS, are all fiends. Plenty of M are. But even the worst of M, even the professional gunmen in the ranks, don't get as much satisfaction out of punishing us heretics as the honest, dumb corpus who've been misled by their leaders mouthing about freedom, order, security, discipline, strength. All those swell words that even before Winthrop came in the speculators started using to protect their profits. Especially how they used the word liberty. Liberty to steal the ditties off the babies. I tell you, an honest man gets sick when he hears the word liberty today, after what the Republicans did to it. And I tell you that a lot of the guards right here at Trianon are just as unfortunate as we are. A lot of them are just poor devils that couldn't get decent work, back in the golden age of Frank Roosevelt, bookkeepers that had to dig ditches, auto agents that couldn't sell cars and went sour, ex-Louis in the Great War that came back to find their jobs pinched off and that followed Winthrop, quite honestly, because they thought, the saps, that when he said security he meant security. They'll learn. And having admirably discoursed for another hour on the perils of self-righteousness among the corpus, Comrade Pascal would change the subject and discourse upon the glory of self-righteousness among the communists, particularly upon those sanctified examples of communism who lived in bliss in the holy city of Moscow, where, Doremus judged, the streets were paved with undepreciable rubbles. The holy city of Moscow? Karl looked upon it with exactly such uncritical and slightly hysterical adoration as other sectarians had in their day devoted to Jerusalem, Mecca, Rome, Canterbury, and Benares. Fine, all right, thought Doremus. Let them worship their sacred fonts. It was as good a game as any for the mentally retarded. Only, why then should they object to his considering as sacred Fort Beulah, or New York, or Oklahoma City? Karl once fell into a froth because Doremus wondered if the iron deposits in Russia were all they might be. Why, certainly. Russia, being holy Russia, must, as a useful part of its holiness, have sufficient iron, and Karl needed no mineralogist's reports but only the blissful eye of faith to know it. He did not mind Karl's worshipping holy Russia. But Karl did, using the word naive, which is the favorite word and just possibly the only word known to communist journalists, derisively mind when Doremus had a mild notion of worshipping holy America. Karl spoke often of photographs in the Moscow News of nearly naked girls on Russian bathing beaches as proving the triumph and joy of the workers under Bolshevism, but he regarded precisely the same sort of photographs of nearly naked girls on Long Island bathing beaches as proving the degeneration of the workers under capitalism. As a newspaper man, Doremus remembered that the only reporters who misrepresented and concealed facts more unscrupulously than the capitalists were the communists. He was afraid that the world's struggle today was not of communism against fascism, but of tolerance against the bigotry that was preached equally by communism and fascism. But he saw too that in America the struggle was befogged by the fact that the worst fascists were they who disowned the word fascism and preached enslavement to capitalism under the style of constitutional and traditional Native American liberty. For they were thieves not only of wages but of honor. To their purpose they could quote not only Scripture but Jefferson. That Karl Pascal should be turning into a zealot, like most of his chiefs in the Communist Party, was grievous to Doremus because he had once simple-heartedly hoped that in the mass strength of communism there might be an escape from cynical dictatorship. But he saw now that he must remain alone, a liberal, scorned by all the noisier prophets for refusing to be a willing cat for the busy monkeys of either side. But at worst, the liberals, the tolerant, might in the long run preserve some of the arts of civilization, no matter which brand of tyranny should finally dominate the world. More and more, as I think about history, he pondered, I am convinced that everything that is worthwhile in the world has been accomplished by the free, inquiring, critical spirit, and that the preservation of this spirit is more important than any social system whatsoever. But the men of ritual and the men of barbarism are capable of shutting up the men of science and of silencing them forever. Yes, this was the worst thing the enemies of honor, the pirate industrialists and then their suitable successors, the corpus with their blackjacks, had done. It had turned the brave, the generous, the passionate, and half-literate Karl Pascals into dangerous fanatics. And how well they had done it. Doremus was uncomfortable with Karl. He felt that his next turn in jail might be under the wardenship of none other than Karl himself. As he remembered how the Bolsheviks, once in power, had most smugly imprisoned and persecuted those great women, Spiridonova and Breshkovskaya and Ismailovich, who, by their conspiracies against the Tsar, their willingness to endure Siberian torture on behalf of freedom for the masses, had most brought on the revolution by which the Bolsheviks were able to take control and not only again forbid freedom to the masses, but this time inform them that, anyway, freedom was just a damn silly bourgeois superstition. So Doremus, sleeping 2.5 feet above his old companion, felt himself in a cell within a cell. Henry Veeder and Clarence Little and Victor Loveland and Mr. Falk were gone now, and to Julian, penned in solitary, he could not speak once a month. He yearned for escape with a desire that was near to insanity. Awake and asleep it was his obsession, and he thought his heart had stopped when squad leader Arostilly muttered to him, as Doremus was scrubbing a lavatory floor, say. Listen, Mr. Jessup. Miss Pike is fixin' it up and I'm going to help you escape Jew soon as things is right. It was a question of the guards on sentry go outside the quadrangle. As sweeper, Doremus was reasonably free to leave his cell, and Aros had loosened the boards and barbed wire at the end of one of the alleys leading from the quadrangle between buildings. But outside, he was likely to be shot by a guard on sight. For a week Aros watched. He knew that one of the night guards had a habit of getting drunk, which was forgiven him because of his excellence in flogging troublemakers but which was regarded by the more judicious as rather regrettable. And for that week Aros fed the guard's habit on Lorinda's expense money, and was indeed so devoted to his duties that he was himself twice carried to bed. Snake Tisra grew interested, but Snake also, after the first couple of drinks, liked to be democratic with his men and to sing the old spinning wheel. Aros confided to Doremus, Miss Pike she don't dast send you a note, lest somebody get hold of it, but she says to me to tell you not to tell anybody you're going to take a sneak, or it'll get out. So on the evening when Aros jerked a head at him from the corridor, then rasped, surly seeming, here you, Jessup, you left one of the cans all dirty. Doremus looked mildly at the cell that had been his home and study and tabernacle for 6 months, glanced at Karl Pascal reading in his bunk slowly waving a shoeless foot in a sock with the end of it gone, at Truman Webb darning the seat of his pants, noted the gray smoke in filmy tilting layers about the small electric bulb in the ceiling, and silently stepped out into the corridor. The late January night was foggy. A Ross handed him a worn overcoat, whispered, "Third alley on right, moving van on corner opposite the church," and was gone. On hands and knees Doremus briskly crawled under the loosened barbed wire at the end of the small alley and carelessly stepped out, along the road. The only guard in sight was at a distance, and he was wavering in his gait. A block away, a furniture van was jacked up while the driver and his helper painfully prepared to change one of the tremendous tires. In the light of a corner arc, Doremus saw that the driver was that same hard-faced long-distance cruiser who had carried bundles of tracks for the new underground. The driver grunted, "Get in, hustle." Doremus crouched between a bureau and a wing chair inside. Instantly he felt the tilted body of the van dropping, as the driver pulled out the jack, and from the seat he heard, "All right. We're off. Crawl up behind me here and listen, Mr. Jessup. Can you hear me? The MMS don't take so much trouble to prevent you gents and respectable fellows from escaping. They figure that most of you are too scary to try out anything, once you're away from your offices and front porches and sedans. But I guess you may be different, some ways, Mr. Jessup. Besides, they figure that if you do escape, they can pick you up easy afterwards, because you ain't onto hiding out, like a regular fellow that's been out of work sometimes and maybe gone on the bum. But don't worry. We'll get you through. I tell you, there's nobody got friends like a revolutionist. And enemies." Then first did it come to Doremus that, by sentence of the late lamented Effingham Swan, he was subject to the death penalty for escaping. "But oh, what the hell," he grunted, like Carl Pascal, and he stretched in the luxury of mobility, in that galloping furniture truck. He was free. He saw the lights of villages going by. Once, he was hidden beneath hay in a barn, again, in a spruce grove high on a hill, and once he slept overnight on top of a coffin in the establishment of an undertaker. He walked secret paths, he rode in the back of an itinerant medicine peddler's car and, concealed in fur cap and high-collared fur coat, in the sidecar of an underground worker serving as an squad leader. From this he dismounted, at the driver's command, in front of an obviously untenanted farmhouse on a snaky back road between Monadnock Mountain and the Averill Lakes, a very slat turn of an old unpainted farmhouse, with sinking roof and snow up to the frosy windows. It seemed a mistake. Doremus knocked, as the motorcycle snarled away, and the door opened on Lorinda Pike and Sissy, crying together, "Oh, my dear." He could only mutter, "Well." When they had made him strip off his fur coat in the farmhouse living room, a room with peeling wallpaper, and altogether bare except for a cot, 2 chairs, a table, the 2 moaning women saw a small man, his face dirty, pasty, and sunken as by tuberculosis, his once fussily trimmed beard and mustache ragged as wisps of hay, his overlong hair a rustic jag at the back, his clothes ripped and filthy, an old, sick, discouraged tramp. He dropped on a straight chair and stared at them. Maybe they were genuine, maybe they really were there, maybe he was, as it seemed, in heaven, looking at the 2 principal angels, but he had been so often fooled so cruelly in his visions these dreary months. He sobbed, and they comforted him with softly stroking hands and not too confoundedly much babble. "I've got a hot bath for you. And I'll scrub your back. And then some hot chicken soup and ice cream." As though one should say, "The Lord God awaits you on his throne, and all whom you bless shall be blessed, and all your enemies brought to their knees." Those sainted women had actually had a long tin tub fetched to the kitchen of the old house, filled it with water heated in kettle and dishpan on the stove, and provided brushes, soap, a vast sponge, and such a long caressing bath towel as Doremus had forgotten existed. And somehow, from Fort Beulah, Sissy had brought plenty of his own shoes and shirts and 3 suits that now seemed to him fit for royalty. He who had not had a hot bath for 6 months, and for 3 had worn the same underclothes, and for 2 no socks whatever. If the presence of Lorinda and Sissy was token of heaven, to slide inch by slow ecstatic inch into the tub was its proof, and he lay soaking in glory. When he was half dressed, the 2 came in, and there was about as much thought of modesty, or need for it, as though he were the 2-year-old babe he somewhat resembled. They were laughing at him, but laughter became sharp whimpers of horror when they saw the gridironed meat of his back. But nothing more demanding than "Oh, my dear," did Lorinda say, even then. Though Sissy had once been glad that Lorinda spared her any mothering, Doremus rejoiced in it. Snake Tisra and the Trianon concentration camp had been singularly devoid of any mothering. Lorinda salved his back and powdered it. She cut his hair, not too unskillfully. She cooked for him all the heavy, earthy dishes of which he had dreamed, hungry in a cell, Hamburg steak with onions, corn pudding, buckwheat cakes with sausages, apple dumplings with hard and soft sauce, and cream of mushroom soup. It had not been safe to take him to the comforts of her tea room at Beecher Falls, already MMS had been there, snooping after him. But Sissy and she had, for such refugees as they might be forwarding for the new underground, provided this dingy farmhouse with half a dozen cots, and rich stores of canned goods and beautiful bottles of honey and marmalade and bar-le-duc. The actual final crossing of the border into Canada was easier than it had been when Buck Titus had tried to smuggle the Jessup family over. It had become a system, as in the piratical days of bootlegging, with new forest paths, bribery of frontier guards, and forged passports. He was safe. Yet just to make safety safer, Lorinda and Sissy, rubbing their chins as they looked Doremus over, still discussing him as brazenly as though he were a baby who could not understand them, decided to turn him into a young man. Dye his hair and mustache black and shave the beard, I think. I wish we had time to give him a nice Florida tan with an alpine lamp, too, considered Lorinda. Yes, I think he'll look sweet that way, said Sissy. I will not have my beard off, he protested. How do I know what kind of a chin I'll have when it's naked? Why, the man still thinks he's a newspaper proprietor and one of Fort Beulah's social favorites, marveled Sissy as they ruthlessly set to work. Only real reason for these damn wars and revolutions anyway is that the women folks get a chance, ouch, be careful, to be dear little amateur mothers to every male they can get in their clutches. Hair dye, said Doremus bitterly. But he was shamelessly proud of his youthful face when it was denuded, and he discovered that he had a quite tolerably stubborn chin, and Sissy was sent back to Beecher Falls to keep the tea room alive, and for 3 days Lorinda and he gobbled steaks and ale, and played pinochle, and lay talking infinitely of all they had thought about each other in the 6 desert months that might have been 60 years. He was to remember the sloping farmhouse bedroom and a shred of rag carpet and a couple of rickety chairs, and Lorinda snuggled under the old red comforter on the cot, not as winter poverty but as youth and adventurous love. Then, in a forest clearing, with snow along the spruce boughs, a few feet across into Canada, he was peering into the eyes of his 2 women, curtly saying goodbye, and trudging off into the new prison of exile from the America to which, already, he was looking back with the long pain of nostalgia. 37. H. His beard had grown again. He and his beard had been friends for many years, and he had missed it of late. His hair and mustache had again assumed a respectable gray in place of the purple dye that under electric lights had looked so bogus. He was no longer impassioned at the sight of a lamb chop or a cake of soap. But he had not yet got over the pleasure and slight amazement at being able to talk as freely as he would, as emphatically as might please him, and in public. He sat with his 2 closest friends in Montreal, 2 fellow executives in the Department of Propaganda and Publications of the New Underground, and these 2 friends were the Hon. Pearlie Beecroft, who presumably was the President of the United States, and Joe Elfrey, an ornamental young man who, as Mr. Cayley, had been a prize agent of the Communist Party in America till he had been kicked out of that almost imperceptible body for having made a united front with Socialists, Democrats, and even choir singers when organizing an anti-corpo revolt in Texas. Over their ale, in this cafe, Beecroft and Elfrey were at it as usual. Elfrey insisting that the only solution of American distress was dictatorship by the livelier representatives of the toiling masses, strict and if need be violent, but not governed by Moscow. Beecroft was gaseously asserting that all we needed was a return to precisely the political parties, the drumming up of votes, and the oratorical legislating by Congress, of the contented days of William B. McKinley. But as for Doremus, he leaned back, not vastly caring what nonsense the others might talk so long as it was permitted them to talk at all without finding that the waiters were spies, and content to know that, whatever happened, Trowbridge and the other authentic leaders would never go back to satisfaction in government of the prophets, by the prophets, for the prophets. He thought comfortably of the fact that just yesterday, Walt Trowbridge had dismissed Wilson J. Shale, the Ducal Oil man, who had come, apparently with sincerity, to offer his fortune and his executive experience to Trowbridge and the cause. "Nope. Sorry, Will. But we can't use you. Whatever happens, even if Hike marches over and slaughters all of us along with all our Canadian hosts, you and your kind of clever pirates are finished. Whatever happens, whatever details of a new system of government may be decided on, whether we call it a cooperative commonwealth or state socialism or communism or revived traditional democracy, there's got to be a new feeling that government is not a game for a few smart, resolute athletes like you, Will, but a universal partnership, in which the state must own all resources so large that they affect all members of the state, and in which the one worst crime won't be murder or kidnapping but taking advantage of the state, in which the seller of fraudulent medicine, or the liar in Congress, will be punished a whole lot worse than the fellow who takes an axe to the man who's grabbed off his girl. What's going to happen to magnates like you, Will? God knows. What happened to the dinosaurs? So was Doremus in his service well content. Yet socially he was almost as lonely as in his cell at Trianon, almost as savagely he longed for the not exorbitant pleasure of being with Lorinda, Buck, Emma, Sissy, Steve Perfeeks. None of them save Emma could join him in Canada, and she would not. Her letters suggested fear of the unworcesterian wildernesses of Montreal. She wrote that Philip and she hoped they might be able to get Doremus forgiven by the Corpus. So he was left to associate only with his fellow refugees from Corpusism, and he knew a life that had been familiar, far too familiar, to political exiles ever since the first revolt in Egypt sent the rebels sneaking off into Assyria. It was no particularly indecent egotism in Doremus that made him suppose, when he arrived in Canada, that everyone would thrill to his tale of imprisonment, torture, and escape. But he found that 10,000 spirited tellers of woe had come there before him, and that the Canadians, however attentive and generous hosts they might be, were actively sick of pumping up new sympathy. They felt that their quota of martyrs was completely filled, and as to the exiles who came in penniless, and that was a majority of them, the Canadians became distinctly weary of depriving their own families on behalf of unknown refugees, and they couldn't even keep up forever a gratification in the presence of celebrated American authors, politicians, scientists, when they became common as mosquitoes. It was doubtful if a lecture on deplorable conditions in America by Herbert Hoover and General Pershing together would have attracted 40 people. Ex-governors and judges were glad to get jobs washing dishes, and ex-managing editors were hoeing turnips. And reports said that Mexico and London and France were growing alike apologetically bored. So Doremus, meagerly living on his $20 a week salary from the NU, met no one save his own fellow exiles, in just such salons of unfortunate political escapists as the White Russians, the Red Spaniards, the Blue Bulgarians, and all the other polychromatic insurrectionists frequented in Paris. They crowded together, 20 of them in a parlor 12 by 12, very like the concentration camp cells in area, inhabitants, and eventual smell, from 8 p.m. till midnight, and made up for lack of dinner with coffee and donuts and exiguous sandwiches, and talked without cessation about the Corpus. They told as actual facts stories about President Hike which had formerly been applied to Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini, the one about the man who was alarmed to find he had saved Hike from drowning and begged him not to tell. In the cafes they seized the newspapers from home. Men who had had an eye gouged out on behalf of freedom, with the roomie remaining one peered to see who had won the Missouri Avenue Bridge Club prize. They were brave and romantic, tragic and distinguished, and Doremus became a little sick of them all and of the final brutality of fact that no normal man can very long endure another's tragedy, and that friendly weeping will someday turn to irritated kicking. He was stirred when, in a hastily built American interdenominational chapel, he heard a starveling who had once been a pompous bishop read from the pine pulpit. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yeah, we wept, when we remembered Zion. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. Here in Canada the Americans had their weeping wall and daily cried with false, gallant hope, next year in Jerusalem. Sometimes Doremus was vexed by the ceaseless demanding wails of refugees who had lost everything, sons and wives and property and self-respect, vexed that they believed they alone had seen such horrors, and sometimes he spent all his spare hours raising $1 and a little weary friendliness for these sick souls, and sometimes he saw as fragments of paradise every aspect of America, such oddly assorted glimpses as mead at Gettysburg and the massed blue petunias in Emma's Lost Garden, the fresh shine of rails as seen from a train on an April morning and Rockefeller Center. But whatever his mood, he refused to sit down with his harp by any foreign waters whatever and enjoy the importance of being a celebrated beggar. He'd get back to America and chance another prison. Meantime he neatly sent packages of literary dynamite out from the NU offices all day long, and efficiently directed 100 envelope addressers who once had been professors and pastry cooks. He had asked his superior, Pearlie B. Croft, for assignment in more active and more dangerous work, as secret agent in America out west, where he was not known. But headquarters had suffered a good deal from amateur agents who babbled to strangers, or who could not be trusted to keep their mouths shut while they were being flogged to death. Things had changed since 1929. The NU believed that the highest honor a man could earn was not to have $1 million but to be permitted to risk his life for truth, without pay or praise. Doremus knew that his chiefs did not consider him young enough or strong enough, but also that they were studying him. Twice he had the honor of interviews with Trowbridge about nothing in particular. Surely it must have been an honor, though it was hard to remember it, because Trowbridge was the simplest and friendliest man in the whole portentous spy machine. Cheerfully Doremus hoped for a chance to help make the poor, overworked, worried Corpo officials even more miserable than they normally were, now that war with Mexico and revolts against Corpoism were jingling side by side. In July, 1939, when Doremus had been in Montreal a little over 5 months, and a year after his sentence to concentration camp, the American newspapers which arrived at NU headquarters were full of resentment against Mexico. Bands of Mexicans had raided across into the United States always, curiously enough, when our troops were off in the desert, practice marching. Or perhaps gathering seashells. They burned a town in Texas. Fortunately all the women and children were away on a Sunday school picnic, that afternoon. A Mexican patriot came across, to the tent of an brigadier, and confessed that while it hurt him to tattle on his own beloved country, conscience compelled him to reveal that his Mexican superiors were planning to fly over and bomb Laredo, San Antonio, Bisbee, and probably Tacoma, and Bangor, Maine. This excited the Corpo newspapers very much indeed, and in New York and Chicago they published photographs of the conscientious traitor half an hour after he had appeared at the brigadier's tent, where, at that moment, 46 reporters happened to be sitting about on neighboring cactuses. America rose to defend her hearthstones, including all the hearthstones on Park Avenue, New York, against false and treacherous Mexico, with its appalling army of 67,000 men, with 39 military aeroplanes. Women in Cedar Rapids hid under the bed, elderly gentlemen in Cattaraugus County, New York, concealed their money in elm tree bowls, and the wife of a chicken raiser 7 miles NE of Esteline, South Dakota, a woman widely known as a good cook and a trained observer, distinctly saw a file of 92 Mexican soldiers pass her cabin, starting at 3:17 a.m. on July 27, 1939. To answer this threat, America, the one country that had never lost a war and never started an unjust one, rose as one man, as the Chicago Daily Evening Corporate put it. It was planned to invade Mexico as soon as it should be cool enough, or even earlier, if the refrigeration and air conditioning could be arranged. In 1 month, 5 million men were drafted for the invasion, and started training. Thus perhaps too flippantly did Joe Cayley and Doremus discuss the declaration of war against Mexico. If they found the whole crusade absurd, it may be stated in their defense that they regarded all wars always as absurd, in the baldness of the lying by both sides about the causes, in the spectacle of grown-up men engaged in the infantile diversions of dressing up in fancy clothes and marching to primitive music. The only thing not absurd about wars, said Doremus and Cayley, was that along with their skittishness they did kill a good many millions of people. 10,000. Starving babies seemed too high a price for a Sam Brown belt for even the sweetest, touchingest young lieutenant. Yet both Doremus and Cayley swiftly recanted their assertion that all wars were absurd and abominable. Both of them made exception of the people's wars against tyranny, as suddenly America's agreeable anticipation of stealing Mexico was checked by a popular rebellion against the whole Corpo regime. The revolting section was, roughly, bounded by Sault Ste. Marie, Detroit, Cincinnati, Wichita, San Francisco, and Seattle, though in that territory large patches remained loyal to President Hike, and outside of it, other large patches joined the rebels. It was the part of America which had always been most radical, that indefinite word, which probably means most critical of piracy. It was the land of the populists, the nonpartisan League, the Farmer Labor Party, and the La Follette family, so vast as to form a considerable party in itself. Whatever might happen, exulted Doremus, the revolt proved that belief in America and hope for America were not dead. These rebels had most of them, before his election, believed in Buzz Windrop's 15 points, believed that when he said he wanted to return the power pilfered by the bankers and the industrialists to the people, he more or less meant that he wanted to return the power of the bankers and industrialists to the people. As month by month they saw that they had been cheated with marked cards again, they were indignant, but they were busy with cornfield and sawmill and dairy and motor factory, and it took the impertinent idiocy of demanding that they march down into the desert and help steal a friendly country to jab them into awakening and into discovering that, while they had been asleep, they had been kidnapped by a small gang of criminals armed with high ideals, well-buttered words, and a lot of machine guns. So profound was the revolt that the Catholic Archbishop of California and the radical ex-governor of Minnesota found themselves in the same faction. At first it was a rather comic outbreak, comic as the ill-trained, ununiformed, confusedly thinking revolutionists of Massachusetts in 1776. President General Hike publicly jeered at them as a ridiculous ragtag rebellion of hobos too lazy to work. And at first they were unable to do anything more than scold like a flock of crows, throw bricks at detachments of MMS and policemen, wreck troop trains, and destroy the property of such honest private citizens as owned corpo newspapers. It was in August that the shock came, when General Emmanuel Kuhn, Chief of Staff of the Regulars, flew from Washington to St. Paul, took command of Fort Snelling, and declared for Walt Trowbridge as temporary President of the United States, to hold office until there should be a new, universal, and uncontrolled presidential election. Trowbridge proclaimed acceptance with the proviso that he should not be a candidate for permanent president. By no means all of the regulars joined Kuhn's revolutionary troops. But there were enough regulars who were fed up with the exact ions of greedy, mouth-dripping corpo commissioners and who threw in with General Kuhn, so that immediately after his army of regulars and hastily trained Minnesota farmers had won the Battle of Mankato, the forces at Leavenworth took control of Kansas City, and planned to march on St. Louis and Omaha, while in New York, Governor's Island and Fort Wadsworth looked on, neutral, as unmilitary-looking and mostly Jewish guerrillas seized the subways, power stations, and railway terminals. But there the revolt halted, because in the America, which had so warmly praised itself for its widespread popular free education, there had been so very little education, widespread, popular, free, or anything else, that most people did not know what they wanted, indeed knew about so few things to want at all. There had been plenty of schoolrooms, there had been lacking only literate teachers and eager pupils and school boards who regarded teaching as a profession worthy of as much honor and pay as insurance selling or embalming or waiting on table. Most Americans had learned in school that God had supplanted the Jews as chosen people by the Americans, and this time done the job much better, so that we were the richest, kindest, and cleverest nation living, that depressions were but passing headaches, and that labor unions must not concern themselves with anything except higher wages and shorter hours, and, above all, must not set up an ugly class struggle by combining politically, that, though foreigners tried to make a bogus mystery of them, politics were really so simple that any village attorney or any clerk in the office of a metropolitan sheriff was quite adequately trained for them, and that if John D. Rockefeller or Henry Ford had set his mind to it, he could have become the most distinguished statesman, composer, physicist, or poet in the land. Even 2.5 years of despotism had not yet taught most electors humility, nor taught them much of anything except that it was unpleasant to be arrested too often. So, after the first gay eruption of rioting, the revolt slowed up. Neither the corpus nor many of their opponents knew enough to formulate a clear, sure theory of self-government, or irresistibly resolved to engage in the sore labor of fitting themselves for freedom. Even yet, after Winthrop, most of the easy-going descendants of the wisecracking Benjamin Franklin had not learned that Patrick Henry's "Give me liberty or give me death" meant anything more than a high school yell or a cigarette slogan. The followers of Trowbridge and General Kuhn, the American cooperative commonwealth they began to call themselves, did not lose any of the territory they had seized. They held it, driving out all corpo agents, and now and then added a county or two. But mostly their rule, and equally the corpus rule, was as unstable as politics in Ireland. So the task of Wald Trowbridge, which in August had seemed finished, before October seemed merely to have begun. Doremus Jessup was called into Trowbridge's office, to hear from the chairman. "I guess the time's come when we need underground agents in the States with sense as well as guts. Report to General Barnes for service proselytizing in Minnesota. Good luck, Brother Jessup. Try to persuade the orators that are still holding out for discipline and clubs that they ain't so much stalwart as funny." And all that Doremus thought was, "Kind of a nice fellow, Trowbridge. Glad to be working with him," as he set off on his new task of being a spy and professional hero without even any funny passwords to make the game romantic. 38. His packing was done. It had been very simple, since his kit consisted only of toilet things, one change of clothes, and the first volume of Spengler's Decline of the West. He was waiting in his hotel lobby for time to take the train to Winnipeg. He was interested by the entrance of a lady more decorative than the females customarily seen in this modest inn. A hand-tooled presentation copy of a lady, in crushed levant and satin doublure, a lady with mascaraed eyelashes, a permanent wave, and a cobweb frock. She ambled through the lobby and leaned against a fake marble pillar, wielding a long cigarette holder and staring at Doremus. She seemed amused by him, for no clear reason. Could she be some sort of corpo spy? She lounged toward him, and he realized that she was Lorinda Pike. While he was still gasping, she chuckled, "Oh, no, darling, I'm not so realistic in my art as to carry out this role too far. It just happens to be the easiest disguise to win over the corpo frontier guards, if you'll agree it really is a disguise." He kissed her with a fury which shocked the respectable hostelry. She knew, from NU agents, that he was going out into a very fair risk of being flogged to death. She had come solely to say farewell and bring him what might be his last budget of news. Buck was in concentration camp. He was more feared and more guarded than Doremus had been, and Linda had not been able to buy him out. Julian, Carl, and John Polico were still alive, still imprisoned. Father Perfex was running the NU cell in Fort Beulah, but slightly confused because he wanted to approve of war with Mexico, a nation which he detested for its treatment of Catholic priests. Lorinda and he had, apparently, fought bloodily all one evening about Catholic rule in Latin America. As is always typical of liberals, Lorinda managed to speak of Father Perfex at once with virtuous loathing and the greatest affection. Emma and David were reported as well content in Worcester, though there were murmurs that Philip's wife did not too thankfully receive her mother-in-law's advice on cooking. Sissy was becoming a deft agitator who still, remembering that she was a born architect, drew plans for houses that Julian and she would someday adorn. She contrived blissfully to combine assaults on all capitalism with an entirely capitalistic conception of the year-long honeymoons Julian and she were going to have. Less surprising than any of this were the tidings that Francis Tasbra, very beautiful in repentance, had been let out of the Corpo prison to which he had been sent for too much grafting and was again a district commissioner, well thought of, and that his housekeeper was now Mrs. Candy, whose daily reports on his most secret arrangements were the most neatly written and sternly grammatical documents that came into Vermont NU headquarters. Then Lorinda was looking up at him as he stood in the vestibule of his westbound train and crying, "You look so well again. Are you happy? Oh, be happy." Even now he did not see this demonized radical woman crying. She turned away from him and raced down the station platform too quickly. She had lost all her confident pose of flip elegance. Leaning out from the vestibule he saw her stop at the gate, diffidently raise her hand as if to wave at the long anonymity of the train windows, then shakily march away through the gates. And he realized that she hadn't even his address, that no one who loved him would have any stable address for him now anymore. Mr. William Barton Dobbs, a traveling man for harvesting machinery, an erect little man with a small gray beard and a Vermont accent, got out of bed in his hotel in a section in Minnesota which had so many Bavarian American and Yankee-descended farmers, and so few radical Scandinavians, that it was still loyal to President Hayek. He went down to breakfast, cheerfully rubbing his hands. He consumed grapefruit and porridge but without sugar, there was an embargo on sugar. He looked down and inspected himself, he sighed, "I'm getting too much of a pod, with all this outdoor work and being so hungry, I've got to cut down on the grub," and then he consumed fried eggs, bacon, toast, coffee made of acorns, and marmalade made of carrots. Kuhn's troops had shut off coffee beans and oranges. He read, meantime, the Minneapolis Daily Corporate. It announced a great victory in Mexico in the same place, he noted, in which there had already been 3 great victories in the past 2 weeks. Also, a shameful rebellion had been put down in Andalusia, Alabama. It was reported that General Goring was coming over to be the guest of President Hayek, and the pretender Trowbridge was said by a reliable source to have been assassinated, kidnapped, and compelled to resign. "No news this morning," regretted Mr. William Barton Dobbs. As he came out of the hotel, a squad of Minutemen were marching by. They were farm boys, newly recruited for service in Mexico. They looked as scared and soft and big-footed as a rout of rabbits. They tried to pipe up the newest oldest war song, in the manner of the Civil War ditty "When Johnny Comes Marching Home Again." When Johnny comes home from Greaser land. Hooray, hurrah! His ears will be full of desert sand. Hooray, hurrah! But he'll speak it a spiggity pretty sweet. And he'll bring us a gun and a seignoret. And we'll all get stewed when Johnny comes marching home. Their voices wavered. They peeped at the crowd along the walk, or looked sulkily down at their dragging feet, and the crowd, which once would have been yelping "Hail Hayek," was snickering "You beggars LL never get to Greaser land," and even, from the safety of a second-story window, "Hooray, hurrah for Trowbridge." Poor devils, thought Mr. William Barton Dobbs, as he watched the frightened toy soldiers, not too toy-like to keep them from dying. Yet it is a fact that he could see in the crowd numerous persons whom his arguments, and those of the 60-odd NU secret agents under him, had converted from fear of the MMS to jeering. In his open Ford convertible he never started it, but he thought of how he had put it over on Sissy by getting a Ford all his own. Doremus drove out of the village into stubble-lined prairie. The meadowlark's liquid ecstasy welcomed him from barbed wire fences. If he missed the strong hills behind Fort Beulah, he was yet exalted by the immensity of the sky. The openness of prairie that promised he could go on forever, the gaiety of small sloughs seen through their fringes of willows and cottonwoods, and once, aspiring overhead, an early flight of mallards. He whistled boisterously as he bounced on along the section line road. He reached a gaunt yellow farmhouse. It was to have had a porch, but there was only an unpainted nothingness low down on the front wall to show where the porch would be. To a farmer who was oiling a tractor in the pig-littered farmyard he chirped, "Name's William Barton Dobbs, representing the Des Moines Combine and Up-to-Date Implement Company." The farmer galloped up to shake hands, breathing, "By golly, this is a great honor, Mr. J. Dobbs." "That's right. 'Scuse me." In an upper bedroom of the farmhouse, 7 men were waiting, perched on chair and table and edges of the bed, or just squatted on the floor. Some of them were apparently farmers, some unambitious shopkeepers. As Doremus bustled in, they rose and bowed. "Good morning, gentlemen. A little news," he said. "Coon has driven the corpus out of Yankton and Sioux Falls. Now I wonder if you're ready with your reports." To the agent, whose difficulty in converting farm owners had been their dread of paying decent wages to farm hands, Doremus presented for use the argument that poverty for one was poverty for all. It wasn't such a very new argument, nor so very logical, but it had been a useful carrot for many human mules. For the agent among the Finnish-American settlers, who were insisting that Trowbridge was a Bolshevik and just as bad as the Russians, Doremus had a mimeographed quotation from the Izvestia of Moscow damning Trowbridge as a social fascist quack. For the Bavarian farmers down the other way, who were still vaguely pro-Nazi, Doremus had a German émigré paper published in Prague, proving that, by agreement with Hitler, President Heydrich was, if he remained in power, going to ship back to the German army all German Americans with so much as one grandparent born in the fatherland. "Do we close with a cheerful hymn and the benediction, Mr. Dobbs?" demanded the youngest and most flippant and quite the most successful agent. "I wouldn't mind. Maybe it wouldn't be so unsuitable as you think. But considering the loose morals and economics of most of you comrades, perhaps it would be better if I closed with a new story about Heydrich and Mae West that I heard, day before yesterday. Bless you all. Goodbye." As he drove to his next meeting, Doremus fretted, "I don't believe that Prague story about Heydrich and Hitler is true. I think I'll quit using it." "Oh, I know, Mr. Dobbs, as you say, if you did tell the truth to a Nazi, it would still be a lie. But just the same I think I'll quit using it. Lorinda and me, that thought we could get free of Puritanism. Those cumulus clouds are better than a galleon. If they'd just move Mount Terror and Fort Beulah and Lorinda and Buck here, this would be paradise. Oh, Lord, I don't want to, but I suppose I'll have to order the attack on the post at Osakis now. They're ready for it. I wonder if that shotgun charge yesterday was intended for me. Didn't really like Lorinda's hair fixed up in that New York style at all." He slept that night in a cottage on the shore of a sandy-bottomed lake ringed with bright birches. His host and his host's wife, worshippers of Trowbridge, had insisted on giving him their own room, with the patchwork quilt and the hand-painted pitcher and bowl. He dreamed, as he still did dream, once or twice a week, that he was back in his cell at Trianon. He knew again the stink, the cramped and warty bunk, the never-relaxed fear that he might be dragged out and flogged. He heard magic trumpets. A soldier opened the door and invited out all the prisoners. There, in the quadrangle, General Emmanuel Kuhn addressed them. "Gentlemen, the Commonwealth Army has conquered. Heydrich has been captured. You are free." So they marched out, the prisoners, the bent and scarred and crippled, the vacant-eyed and slobbering, who had come into this place as erect and daring men: Doremus, Dan Wilgus, Buck, Julian, Mr. Falk, Henry Veeder, Carl Pascal, John Polico, Truman Webb. They crept out of the quadrangle gates, through a double line of soldiers standing rigidly at present arms yet weeping as they watched the broken prisoners crawling past. And beyond the soldiers, Doremus saw the women and children. They were waiting for him, the kind arms of Lorinda and Emma and Sissy and Mary, with David behind them, clinging to his father's hand, and Father Perfex. And Foolish was there, his tail a proud plume, and from the dream-blurred crowd came Mrs. Candy, holding out to him a coconut cake. Then all of them were fleeing, frightened by Shad Leju. His host was slapping Doremus's shoulder, muttering, "Just had a phone call. Corpo posse out after you." So Doremus rode out, saluted by the meadow larks, and onward all day, to a hidden cabin in the northern woods where quiet men awaited news of freedom. And still Doremus goes on in the red sunrise, for a Doremus Jessup can never die.